All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your weekly Upsurge Rainbow Six Premier League Sunday night matchups. Tonight, we have two best of threes in store for you. The first being Zenith Esports against Amnesty Gaming over in the Raven Conference semifinals. Your second matchup will be Ancients Gaming fighting against Honor Esports all the way in the Rogue Conference semifinals. I will be your caster tonight, Colin Seymour Moore, along with Daniel the Saved One Mena, and I only have one question for you. Daniel, how you doing tonight?
It's been a while since you've asked me that, Colin, and I've been absolutely amazing. For the past 2 weeks, I've been on that. I've been on that other game hype train. But hey, tonight it's all about Rainbow Six. So you already know I'm excited. Are you excited, man? You've been on that Overwatch hype train, but hey, you always come back.
Oh, I'm excited for some Rainbow Six tonight. And to go ahead with it, we have an excellent bracket in store for us to bracket, not bracket in store for us to go look at. And you can even
Let's do
see
it.
all the way at the top there, second in there, you see Zenith Esports against Amnesty.
Mm-hmm.
Amnesty coming from their matchup against Powerhouse. Zenith Esports, they're coming off of a bye. So, we might be seeing a little bit of a slow start possibly from Zenith even.
Yeah, and I feel like it's always in that case for teams that don't play the previous week. But you have to think about when you get a bye in a certain week, does that give you more time to practice as a squad and prepare your strats, right? Really the only reason why some teams will play in certain weeks and some won't. Of course, the standings, but it gives the other team a little bit more time in order to research your opponents. So Zenith right now is coming into this with a fresh new playbook. They might have some strats that they've carried over from the regular season, but they could also have some new ones.
Yeah, excellent to look out for that one. But even over in this matchup for game one, we have a lot to talk about in these two teams because both of
You're
them
right.
they're standing 5-2, tied with each other. So like although Zenith might have had that time to study Amnesty, and or they might have maybe they might be coming into a slow game. Amnesty is coming off of a win against Powerhouse into this. They're 5-2 in the regular season. Zenith is 5-2, and the last time that they went against each other in the Raven Conference, it was Zenith who pulled away with the win, 8-7 over
Right.
Amnesty, and that couldn't tell you any more how close this matchup might be tonight. It's going to be a best of five, and it could possibly be a long one that we're going to see as well.
Hmm.
So one thing
Yeah.
even to look at over on Amnesty Gaming, I know from their past matchups, it's Ziggy and Teknith are the two players that I'm really looking forward and I'm hoping to see them shine tonight. How about you, Daniel?
Yeah, I feel like in this long haul match, just to quickly correct, it's a best of three. But regardless,
Oh,
in this type of format, you're going to be playing for the long haul, regardless. So the storyline still counts, but you're going to be playing for the long haul of games during the regular season of Upsurge. It's only one game. You're going home. That's it, right? 8-7 doesn't really say who the better team is. So yeah, definitely Ziggy and Tech are going to be some star players that we're going to be looking at today. But as for the first match and the whole entire series, let's take a look at the map bans themselves. We've got some very, very interesting map bans across the board. Zenith themselves, Cafe Border off the table, Amnesty for themselves, Theme Park Villa, you're out of there. However, we've got some amazing picks. Zenith ended up picking Consulate, Amnesty ended up picking Clubhouse. The decider map, though, it's going to be Coastline.
I'm actually super excited looking at these maps that have been picked. I was hoping to maybe get a little bit of theme park because it
Me
has
too.
replaced Bank and it's going to be in there. But there's still a chance in our second matchup tonight that we could see that map come into play. But the first map being Consulate, that's more of a map that we usually see get picked in the league, and it's usually. We've been seeing a lot of Clubhouse lately, so even that being number two, I'm excited for this map one, map two, and how this will come into be because they're both very highly played maps that but we could see any team really taking. It's a two-way street that both of these teams will be highly practiced on Consulate and Clubhouse. So since they're both really close in stats, I'm expecting it to be a really long one. And Coastline being the decider, how else would you want to round it out other than
Yeah.
a frag heavy slaughter kind of frag back and forth map like Coastline. It's not really, you don't really follow too many strats in that. There's not a lot of hard breach to go for. It's just who can frag more. But that
Mhm.
being that, I know a lot of these teams are going to, both of these teams are going to be ready. I said
Mhm.
almost, but Consulate will be your map one. We're going to be hopping in, and it will be Zenith Esports, Amnesty Gaming, Consulate map one. Daniel, are you ready for these bans?
Oh, this is gonna be sick here, Colin. I don't know. I have this very small soft spot for Rainbow Six. So whenever we get started, the hype is starting to generate. But let's bring it down just a little bit. Let's go back into the ban phase. Already, Amnesty end up taking out Buck, and now Zenith have to ban too.
That's a very interesting ban, getting the buck out of there. It means that there won't
Hmm.
be a lot, like, there's not a lot of like there's you still have soft breach, but buck is really good for when you're attacking, let's say, garage, and you want to take first floor control and get rid of the roof above the garage, and then you have a lot of information going for you. So that's an interesting ban, but I can really see it coming out as a big brain ban on the side of Zenith. But we do see Amnesty now. They're going to be banning out the last defender. We have Thermite and Valkyrie already gone on those sides. Daniel, how do you feel about those two?
Yeah, I do like all of the bans so far across the board, mainly because in the past couple of weeks, you see a lot of standard stuff, right? You can almost kind of predict what the bans are going to be just by, simply watching Rainbow Six. But at this point, it's Buck, Thermite, Valkyrie, and Mira, right? Really the only one that is consistent within I guess, the amateur scene is Mira. Right. But other than that, you've got a Thermite ban, right? Usually you'll see a Maverick instead of that. You don't have any Thatchers on the board, right? So either at least the attacking team can pick the Thatcher if they really want to. But heading into the match itself, you're seeing a bunch of different operators all across the board. I love it.
Well, one thing I really want to touch on about those bans is
Yeah.
I'm surprised that it wasn't Valkyrie Echo that got banned out. I'm really surprised that Echo made it through. So I'm hoping
Mhm.
to see on a lot of these sites that Yokai drone come into play. And on the side of the hard breach, I'm very surprised that it was the Thermite getting banned out and not maybe a Thermite. I'm surprised that it was a Thermite Buck and not so much a Thatcher and a Maverick, because those are
Yeah.
very highly rated like bans that you might see, but maybe they're just target picks. I can see why you want to get that Thermite out. It takes away from the hard breach on the garage. It takes away from
Mhm.
just the unnecessary holes that a Thermite can make and disrupt your defenses. But I honestly, I'm excited to see how we we see the normal banned character operators get brought into this matchup. So round one
Right.
will be underway, and you wanted me to talk about a couple of these operators that we do see on
Right.
defense. We have the Mozzie, Doc, Jaeger, Maestro, and Smoke. That is,
Mhm.
especially in the second floor hold, that's a lot of delay that we might see. I'm hoping to see the Doc take very aggressive angles. I'm hoping to see the Maestro play as defensive as he can be. But with the Jaeger, Doc, and Mozzie, I expect a very aggressive defensive hold for this first round.
Yeah, and you can clearly see the side of Amnesty want to play that more long haul type of game, right? They've got the Mozzie, they have the Jaeger just for the stalling potential, Ziggy. Sometimes you'll see a lot of Doc play if if it's a spawn peak type of player, but it could also be for the delay. However, right off the bat, Jarden getting hit up over here on the outside of admin's office, but he does digress and slowly go back down. It's kind of interesting that he's also picking the Habana, considering that it is a top site hold, but maybe you want to get through some hard breaches at some point. I'm looking for the first frag here of the round, Colin, because it's already 2 minutes on the clock. It's a very, very slow style game.
Well, I mean, as aggressive as these operator picks on defense have been,
Yeah.
Amnesty has actually been very defensive on their hold right now. So I'm curious to see when we'll see the first interaction come out. I mean, Jarden already had a little bit of an interaction. He's been taken down
Right.
to about 25%. But there we go.
There you go.
First pick is going to be Cordell on Zenith, taking out Ziggler. And this might be a second interaction. Slip. Just barely missing some shots on the repelled operator. He's going to be in trouble if he gets pushed by that. Two flashes are burnt. to try to get him out there. We do see 2 picks go in favor of Amnesty. He can make it a 3-piece, make it 4 as Slip finds a triple. But we're going to take it right back down as it's going to be Cordell. He's in the last. He's in a 1v3. He does not have Diffuser in hand, and he's going to be rotating around. So this is a lot of information for Amnesty to work off of, and a very big advantage, especially with Diffuser down.
Yeah, and you have to watch out for the attackers, Zenith, and how they were able to get into the building. Of course, they were able to disrupt a whole lot, but Amnesty, once their communication really got up, they realized, hey, Zenith are in the building right now. We've got to start covering way more ground, and Slip was able to do so. Already Cordell now with a double kill for himself, has to look for 2 more, and he can potentially clutch the round itself out.
He has identified the Mozzie, and he will burn a smoke grenade. So that smoke grenade is going to give him safe passage in over towards the meeting room, the left side entrance, and he is going to be peeking in. He's going to have the Mozzie in there, peeks the angle, but the wide swing from Mozzie is going to come out on top, and that will be Amnesty. Round 1 winners. And this is going, it's just round 1 though. It's a good way to start your momentum, and I really liked how Amnesty came out on that one, especially with that 3-piece from Slip, but I'm more excited on the long run here. How will Zenith answer back?
Right, and so far, Amnesty, I really loved the actual play coming out from Royal there, because he realized that when you're facing a character like Jackal, he can spot you out very easily, right, if he has your footprints. Only problem is that you have to get into a spot where the opponent doesn't expect you. Right, so the opponent expected him to be in the corner, but it wasn't. He was behind a table. He was hiding in the shadows, and that is what Royal was able to kind of play into the mind game of the situation. Definitely really good stuff coming out of Amnesty here for round number 1. But like you just said, it's for only round number 1. There's a lot of potential for mishaps and hiccups. Zenith, once again, they didn't end up playing last week, so they're not really too used to playing on stream or in front of an audience. So they might, be a little bit shaky here in round number 1. But who says they cannot come back already?
Yeah, excellent as always. But now, the comeback might be coming out here. We do see a couple changes in the operators on the attacking side. No Jackal in play, and I don't know if they had him before, but we do see a Sledge and an IQ coming out. And I really like those picks, especially the Sledge in place of the Buck this time for this attacking team. Ziggy, he's on the Cade on the other side, so he's gonna have to watch out for this garage door. He's gonna have to play it very kind of smart with his electric claws, but I'm really curious about this roamer up top. They do have 1 player on Amnesty roaming on the 3rd floor. He is in a little bit of an interaction. He's getting peeked from both sides, and he actually almost takes out Cordell. So Cordell, he has to be a little bit careful there. Almost gonna repeat what Jardin did in round 1 and get knocked down to about 25% health. You do see Cat on that Zofia is going to be playing in there and Slip. Very aggressive onto the exit staircase. He does drop down. I think that was Cat. No, that wasn't. That was a player outside. He didn't connect with any shots for the outside character, but Cat did get down first by Royale, so advantage to Amnesty right away.
Right, and you have to watch out for that other side. Royale, very low HP. Slip, almost on half. Got to watch out for your health bars. Slip does have a little bit of room to still play aggressive like he has been this whole entire time. You see it, where he's not afraid of his opponents whatsoever. He's playing this exactly like he would play a normal ranked game, where he just plays super aggressive. He plays in his opponent's face. He knows exactly the skill of his opponents, and he's playing very, very up front, and that's usually what you like to do on Jaeger. However, over on the other side, Royal, he's playing that first floor type of hold, trying to get any of his opponents that he's watching out for here. As for side, he's looking inside, or he's trying to scout out the whole entire top floor as a whole. But I feel like Royal knows exactly the situation that he's in. Now gets himself a double kill, looks over inside of the hallway, and is not able to secure that one. He goes 1 for 1 at the end of that little trade.
And he actually almost finds that double kill, which is almost insane for the side of Amnesty. But that pick that he got, giving them a 2-player advantage, knocked down to a 1-player advantage, but there is a highly advantageous health pool for the side of Amnesty right now, as they are looking to take this next one. Another pick goes in favor. That's 2 to 4. As Battle Eye is going ham in the top right corner. I do not know who got that kill. Ziggy Gonna pick up Jarden and bring it back into that 2v4. But there we do see the pick. Now Slip makes it a 1v4. Last player standing once again is Cordell. And he's pushing in. He has a 1v1 there. Slip gonna go down. He's gonna push in. Look for the second. He clutches into his 1v2. He has 17 seconds, so this is doable. He's getting shot at through the wall. He's in not the best position that he could be over in Service Staircase, but he's just going to jiggle peek. Finds the first player, but not able to win that round. Second round going to Amnesty as defenders go up 2-0.
And they just have to get into their very late game. I guess it's called late game, quote unquote, when it's late into a round. I guess late round positions, right? They were able to set up all across that basement, and they knew where their opponents were coming from onto main stairs. So they got to watch out for that. The communication came down, and it was really up to Amnesty and how exactly they're able to play these very late game type situations. And so far, it looks almost perfect on their side. Of course, they had 2 members go down, but what does that say about the squad? Is that they're still able to keep their communication up. They knew where this player was, and it was all on the back of that one camera inside of lockers, right? It spotted him out, and they were able to follow up with 1 death, 2 deaths. But then after that, they were able to play from their mistakes.
Excellent job for Amnesty to go up 2-0 in this fight. And already, you see Cordell switching over to the Ash for this round 3. And, you know, going down 2-0 it's not the end of the world, but it doesn't feel too good. So I'm expecting Zenith to start making some changes to their composition to bring it back into their favor and break the momentum of Amnesty before they get out of control. Over on the side of Amnesty, though, they have a castle, along with the Doc making an appearance once again. And they're going to keep on going with the Jaeger, Mozzie, and Maestro, but I really am curious as to where Teknith on the castle will be putting his walls. He is going to be dropping 1 in meeting room. I think he actually put 2 down already, if I'm not wrong. Oh, they're all gone, so we didn't get to see where the other ones were, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing in that one. Now, Amnesty, they're going into the 3rd round. They're looking for that 3-0. They want to just run away with this matchup, but over on Zenith, they need to start breaking this Amnesty defense, because it's not like... Consulate is more of a defender-heavy map, but you don't want the defenders to get too comfortable on this, so the attackers need to find something here.
It's usually that type of very slow gameplay in a game like Rainbow Six. They know exactly where their opponents are coming from. The only problem is what do they have to defend against it? It's all about the first early couple of picks in a round in order to finally get your lead that go into the coming rounds. But the thing that is awesome is how the attackers are able to respond to whatever the defense have set up for themselves. So far, a castle barricade literally means nothing to the side of Zenith, because they're able to blow it up just so incredibly fast. Now they know where these bomb sites are, so they have to get into this building as fast as possible.
Ooh, castle. Teknith gonna find the first blood into the round. Amnesty once again gonna take advantage. CJ on the rappel is going to put some damage back in on Teknith, but not going to finish that kill. Royal with the C4 going to blow up Cat, bring him to a 3-4 or a 5v3, but Cordell and CJ combining for 2 to bring it back into a 3v3. They're going to enter in Slip, taking out CJ. So advantage back in favor of Amnesty. Cordell inside of Council Office. They have cleared the 3rd floor, but it's Ziggy, Slip, and Rampage looking to bring this off. Ziggy all the way over onto the exit staircase. Cordell gonna get the double kill, take him out of the round. It's gonna be a 2v2. They do have, actually I don't know if they have Diffuser in hand over on the defensive side, but they are gonna get some information over on to Amnesty, so they know, they have an idea of where they're standing, and they have both breaching charges in Ash's arsenal, so they could get some soft breach, some top-down views into this. Cordell going to be setting up in cabinet to look down into that bomb site. The A bomb site is going to be clear, though, of Amnesty players, with the exception of Rampage inside public bathrooms, inside bathrooms, looking up through the hatch. Zenith playing this smart, though. They're rotating around. They have that angle, and they're going to take out Rampage. Cordell getting a triple kill now. He's going to use the breaching charge, open up the wall even more, and that is going to be Zenith with the kill on Slip, with the quad kill from Cordell, bringing it back 2-1 in this first game.
Definitely a very weird hold that came through from Amnesty. It almost looked like they weren't too ready for that type of bomb hold on the first floor. Usually you will see a top floor and then basement, and then they'll just kind of throw one round away with a first floor hold. The only problem is that you have to know how to play all of these sites in order to be really, really good at console. And so far from what we see out of Amnesty, they kind of slipped up on the first floor itself. Even though Zenith were able to reposition themselves, I thought it was a little bit of a mistake how we ran outside of the window and then had to re-enter the building itself, but it wasn't, right? Zenith was just way more, I feel like, unexpected with the type of rush that they ended up doing onto the first floor finally when they were able to get the diffuser itself from the second. As for Amnesty, they got to reset up and strategize. They know exactly how to hold the second and basement. They don't know how to hold the first floor.
Yeah, they weren't having too much luck on that first floor. Zenith did a really good job at clearing out that third floor roam that Amnesty set up. So now, like you said, we're heading back to that second floor, back to the meeting room and offices. And this was just pinpoint precision from Amnesty in that round one to take away this win. And they're gonna head back to the operators that they had, the Smoke, Maestro, Mozzie, Jaeger, and Doc. And if I'm sure, it is almost a mirror matchup for Zenith as well, with the exception of Cordell on that Ashe. Had an excellent job on that Ashe getting the quad kill. He's 8-2 in this matchup, only in round 4. As Amnesty, Zenith, they start that round 4 attack phase. And Cordell, he's rotating all the way around to the west side of the building to rappel up and get some angles in on the offices. But over inside we do see Cat trying to find some angles on the Amnesty players. They're all playing really defensively though. You like to see it from Amnesty. This is how they played the first round, and they're repeating that now again in round 4. If they hold on to this, they have a really good chance of pulling ahead 3-1.
Definitely the potential is there, just like you said. We'll have to see if Amnesty can actually get into the building, or if Zenith can actually get into the building initially. Because if they're able to, then definitely, then they are known to be very aggressive when they finally do get in. The only problem is that Cordell is playing Ashe, right? And and when you pick Ashe, you're expected to frag out because you just run all across the map and you just try and inflict rampage. But the only problem is with all of that is that the rest of your team, how many kills do they have? I think like the max is 1 out of CJ, and we'll have to see as we keep going on. But it's a 1-for-1 side for CJ. That's what we see at the beginning of this round.
Yeah, Slip going down. I know he had an excellent round 1 play, so that's an important kill for Zenith. But we do see the second kill come in. That's Cordell going down, the frag heavy player on Zenith. So that's a big kill for Amnesty. They get another one, 2-4 as Jarden goes down, but Cat, he's going to be inside the hallway. He's going to burn one of his lifeline shots. He's going to open up on one of the barricades that are sitting in the hallway as he's trying to break into the meeting room. He has player there. That's Rampage on the Maestro. Going to find that pick. Died with the shots through the wall, putting some damage in, but not finishing on the kill. Low health for Amnesty Gaming, but a 1v4. Almost a repeat. Actually, it is a repeat from round 1. The exact same scenario for Zenith. It just looks like Amnesty's hold on the second floor is excellent. They know what they're doing. And even though Side is close to getting some shots on there, he has 30 seconds left. And he's making so much noise that Amnesty is just setting up for the angles. They have him covered. I don't expect them to lose this one. We're going to see the Nitro Cell get thrown through. Not going to find anything, as nobody will be there. Side has rotated all the way around to the east side of the building. He's going to open up into the admin room,
10 seconds left.
as he does have 8 seconds to work with, and he's going to be looking for some kills. Finds the first one. Royal going down, 4 seconds left. He doesn't have enough time to finish this round. Amnesty goes on to this defensive, and that's going to be round 4 to Amnesty as they protect the bomb sites.
Yeah, and they didn't even need to play aggressive within the last couple of seconds there. They just needed to play passive and just run away at that point. Because, of course, the guy that entered the building Side could have fragged the heck out, and he definitely got one. So the momentum was there. The only problem is he's not just able to find other people within that top floor situation. Amnesty right now, they're looking like they're, like you said, unstoppable on the second floor. But right now they're going right on back into garage. And at that point, you have to question, are they able to continue the rampage that they have seen back when they were on garage in round number 2? Because if you remember back to that round, it ended up being a 2v1 situation. So it was probably the closest situation that Zenith has had so far, where they ended up losing the round.
Now, what last time we saw Zenith attacking this basement hold, they were not successful at all. They were torn apart by the roamers of Amnesty. We saw Royal get the opening pick, and then he almost got the double kill roaming around. What do you want to see Zenith change up? Do you think they might be struggling on these maybe on the frag side, or could it be their operator picks?
Right now, from what it looks like, is that Cordell knows exactly what he's doing. I don't know why, but Cordell is just feeling himself today. Only problem is, Side is slowly getting there. Side knows what situation he's in, as well as the rest of his, as well as Cordell, and he's kind of tagging along with them. CJ, Jarden, and Cat, I don't know, maybe they need a little bit more time in order to warm up, but it looks like Zenith isn't really playing the game that we usually saw Zenith playing throughout the whole entire regular season. We were saying that they ended up going 5-2. And right now, it looks like this is kind of CJ, Jarden, and Cat's off day. You can also argue that they're playing more supportive type of operators. But still, this is why you're putting Cordell on an aggressive one, Side on a little bit more of an aggressive one as well. But Side, you can also argue, is on a passive type of operator with Nomad. So we got to see a little bit more come out of Cat. We got to see a little bit more come out of Jarden and CJ as well.
Yeah, but attacking phase is going to be underway. 2 minutes left in this, and there is a pretty strong presence from Zenith on that third floor. Royal is going to be sitting inside cabinet. He does have some backup with him on that roam, but he is going to have a down right there. That will be Slip, taking Cat all the way down onto the ground, but they're not going to finish that kill. They're going to get out with their lives. They're doing the damage. They're doing as much as they can and getting out, but Royal caught out by Cordell on that rotation. Cat on the Zofia was able to pick herself up because it's just what Zofia can do. She has the ability to pick herself up when she's in a down but not out state. She is low on health though from that, so that's going to be dangerous for Zenith. But at the moment, they are in the advantage with Royal being out of this. That's a big pick for Amnesty. They're going to be setting up the sledge inside the press room to open up the top-down view with his hammer. And if this is usually where we see a buck come into play, but CJ going to have the right timing onto Teknith, and that's going to be Smoke. Without burning any gas canisters, going to be taking out of this round. They do open up the garage for the Hibana over on Jarden to open that up, with the sledge doing so much work on the press room floor that this is going to be Amnesty kind of panicking a little bit. We do see some shots from Slip. He connects with the headshot on Cat. 4v3. Cordell answering back, though. That's Slip going down. Rampage feeds himself a kill. Brings it into a 3v2. Zenith, they are on site. They do have a little bit of control. Jarden going to find Ziggy. Big kill. 3v1. Rampage on the Maestro. Already has 1 kill. Can he find 3 more? He's going to disrupt the diffuser. That's a big play. 2v1, and he has diffuser down, and he knows that. He's gonna put the damage to the side, downs him. 1v1. Rampage absolutely popping off. They haven't gotten rid of the evil eye. They should know this. Will he disrupt this diffuse? He will. CJ going down. Rampage with the 1v3. Amnesty pulls ahead.
It was almost too late, with 5 seconds left in the round itself, and Amnesty somehow, some way, out of the hands of Rampage, were able to pull up their pants and really come to play in the playground. Definitely amazing stuff coming out of Amnesty so far. And even when they end up slipping, you could say, they're still able to come back in a very, very nice fashion.
I'm surprised after that Evil Eye dropped the diffuser. I'm surprised that CJ didn't go for the 1v2, just go for the frag onto Rampage. He was low on health. He should have known that. They didn't have too much time for the diffuser to go down. They knew the Evil Eye was there and still up. I'm surprised he didn't go for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think about it realistically in the way that Amnesty likes to play. I was gonna say actually earlier in the round when Slip ended up picking up a knockdown onto one of the players of Zenith, is that what you had to watch what Slip was able to do in the situation. He was able to knock down a player, which was the Zofia cat, and then he scurried on back into the basement. Right? He didn't want to play aggressive. He didn't want to just continue going and start fragging out. He said, you know what? A knockdown is fine. If Zofia revives herself, she's back on 25 HP, and that's all we can really ask for. At that point, we are already in the advantage. So watch that from Amnesty, how they just continue to play very safe, but also they know when to play aggressive.
Yep, they do know when to be aggressive and when to be defensive. And Slip, like you said, he had an excellent showing of that in the starting of the round. But we are heading back to their first floor hold. And last time, this is where Zenith found their first round win. Will we see the same amount of success from this Zenith squad on this round? Or maybe Amnesty will make some changes in their setup. They have the same operators as they were running last time, but same with the side of Zenith. Who will come on top in this one as they are set up with quite the roam presence? Slip and Royale on the 3rd floor, along with, I'm pretty sure I saw one other member with them as Techno on the castle going to be there. Ziggy's actually up there too on the dock, so they got 4 players on the 3rd floor. 1 player, that's going to be Rampage on the Maestro, sitting in the 1st floor. And now it's Jarden. He is going to be spotting out some players. Slip has to be careful, as the window, the castle wall was opened up. This is going to be potential for open pick. Make that 2 as Ziggy combines with Royal to take out CJ and Cordell. Now, we did see Royal. He did get down but not out. He is playing that Maestro, so there's no way he can get picked back up unless a player goes and successfully picks him up. And this is going to be Q for Zenith to get onto the site, but those 2 opening picks are deadly in favor of Amnesty. If you're Amnesty, you're feeling good about those opening picks. Royal did get picked up, and he actually frags out Cat. What are you feeding this guy, Amnesty?
Definitely some amazing stuff. Sorry, amazing stuff coming out of Royal. Definitely here in the late parts of the round itself, and you're seeing him still in the scoreboard, regardless if he is on 1 HP or not. He is still picking up amazing amounts of kills. Now it's all up to Side. What is he able to do? Literally nothing, as he tries to get into the main door itself, and Slip doing Slip-like things, slipping out in the window, and there you go. He picks these opponent up.
You saw Royal he got that first pick.
Yeah.
He got traded out. He got picked up, had 10 health, and was able to find 2 kills on the Zenith members. Now that is just something that you cannot let happen if you're on that roam clear for Zenith, but we're past that. We're past the attack and defense for both of these. It's going to be round 7, both teams switching sides. 5-1 advantage for Amnesty though, going into this switch up. And we already see a Goyo, a Pulse, a Mute come out for the side of Zenith, and that makes me a little bit kind of tingly on the inside. It makes me excited because it's not the norm that we've been seeing this game. How will this change the pace of these 2 teams pushing in? I know Ziggy is going to be on that Jackal. Rampage is going to be on the Capitao. Those are also 2 newer ones. We saw Jackal get played round 1, and he instantly got switched out and they didn't want to play him. So I'm curious to see if Amnesty on the attack is as good as Amnesty on defense. And maybe Zenith is about to pop off on their defense, but one question that we did have at the start of this is, will Zenith start off slow? And they're definitely starting off slow.
Yeah, so that's confirmed for sure, Colin. But as we kind of move into this game, what have we seen out of Zenith that was really good? We saw that 1 round win where they were able to finally come together as a team and really start to pop off. And they couldn't really carry on that momentum, right? So now you have to assume that Amnesty are bringing over the momentum that they've gotten already on defense, but they need to do just a little bit more, right? They need to finally close out the game, and this is just as important as getting a beginning round type of advantage, or a beginning game type of advantage, right? They are already 4 points up in the scoreboard, but they need to do just a little bit more in order to finally close it out. Some teams struggle with it. Some teams are really good at it. Amnesty, we have no idea what they're good or not good at. We have to see them in the long haul, best of 3 match.
And, you know, Consulate, Daniel, was Zenith's pick.
Yeah.
So they're kind of getting torn apart on their own map pick. And they're going, map 2 is going to be Clubhouse, which is Amnesty's pick. And if this is what Amnesty's like on Consulate, and they want to play on Clubhouse, I'm excited to see what that looks like. We're gonna see Garage get opened up, Rampage opening up with the pick on the Cordell, so that's gonna be Capital getting the first pick, and that's Mozzie out of play. So that is gonna be any drone information out for the side of Zenith on defense, and this is important right here. Will CJ be able to connect with anything? The Jackal actually, he did ping him out, so they know he's there. And Jarden trying to get a little bit aggressive in exit staircase, but not able to pick anything up. CJ goes down on the front line, and it's going to be Jarden. He's going to be roaming around now. He's in a 1v1 of himself, but he gets flanked. He gets picked up. Zenith falling apart, tearing apart at the seams as Cat trying to hold them together. Cat going to go down. CJ gets dropped, and that's going to be Amnesty with no hesitation, taking over round 7 and taking them to map point.
We're seeing a different Amnesty here. It is so clean to see how they get into the building and how they just sweep the competition, right? They get in, it's very clean. Even before they actually get into the actual site itself, they're able to get picks on the outside of the map, right? All it really took was a Hibana, and all of a sudden, Hibana says, shoot away, right? Do whatever you need to do. It was also in a very cool position as well. It wasn't in the open, or at least the Hibana hatch itself wasn't in the open. It was behind the white van. It was behind the front of the white van. So in order to get into sightlines of your opponents, you have to get into the open. You can't really crouch around that spot. But Amnesty were able to crouch around. They had the right and left side of the garage walls in order to finally get in, which is definitely really cool to see. So we have to watch out for how Amnesty either try and close out the game, or how Zenith come back.
And now, as we hop into this next round, like you said, they were just excellently able to just hold down on that site, make sure that that Zenith wasn't comfortable on those holds. Amnesty did a really good job at pulling this back. So I just want to see how they fix that, because there was some unnecessary peaks that that we did see from Zenith, and as we did just get some information that there are technical difficulties going on with the stream, we're gonna head back to the normal screen so we can try to fix those. Daniel, how have you been feeling about this game though? I wanna hear that before we head to a break.
So far, man, Amnesty, they are looking super confident, and hopefully we could see who ends up winning it eventually. But we just got some server lag issues and all of those fun things. But as for Amnesty, they are really coming into this one super strong. I can already see in the chat as well. I got that on that second monitor, so I see all you guys at home. You guys are super pumped up for Amnesty, because every single time they win, there's people in the chat that are going absolutely crazy. So I definitely recognize you. But as for Amnesty as a whole, they're looking really good here, Colin. But as for Zenith, man, they are not in the best position for themselves. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with them. We thought it was going to be an extremely close match, as the last time these two teams faced against each other, it was 8-7, right? But now we could potentially be seeing a 7-1 sweep.
And you know what? As we did just get some information, we're going to be hopping right back into the action of round 8. You know, I just feel like Zenith are peaking angles that we just don't need to see them peak. So So now on the side of on the side of Zenith, they have to figure out how to just play that defensive role because I think they're just being a little bit too aggressive against this Amnesty roster. They have to let Amnesty come to them. They have to take the fights that kind of favor them, but they've really just been feeding into the hand of Amnesty. I
Hmm.
know personally we've just been seeing some out like insane performances from some certain Amnesty players.
Yeah,
For example, Slip. Slip has just been playing out of his mind this game.
insane.
Like yeah, like Zenith is getting outgunned and they're just getting I guess, outbrained, out strategized
Yeah.
because
So
because
far,
we
my bad. My bad.
sorry we it's just I was just gonna add that it's just because
Keep
we
going.
see
Keep going.
Zenith almost like feeding into the strats that Amnesty have been throwing at them, and they haven't really been
Mhm.
countering with any strats of their own.
Right. And yeah, I completely agree because you obviously see that there is something wrong with Zenith Esports' strats, right? When Amnesty is on defense, they're very proactive within their round wins, right? They get onto a site, clean it, and that's it, right? Like someone in the chat said, it's the mop. Where's the mop? Where's the janitor crew, right? But now we head into this next round. Of course, there was a little bit of technical difficulty. Sorry about that, chat, but we're now back into it as Zenith did end up picking one more round. The overall map count is 0-0, so we have just started. But as for this map itself, as for Consulate, it is 6-2 for Amnesty Gaming.
6-2 match point for Amnesty. Not too many changes for this defensive setup on Zenith, but they're actually going to be heading to archives and tellers. It's a little bit different of a hold, and it's a little bit of an unfavored hold
Yeah.
because you literally have to cover two different floors and make sure you have presence on both of those floors. So I'm surprised to see this even come out for a bomb site hold.
I mean,
I don't know how to
you
feel
gotta
about
think.
this, Daniel.
Yeah, me neither. But the one thing that I think about is when I think about a basement first floor type of, I guess it's Visa as well as server. When I think about this type of bomb hold, you have to pick one if you're on the attack. And I feel like if you just kind of roll the dice, then you can rotate very easily if you are the defenders. And I feel like that's exactly what Zenith want to do here, is they want to bring out these kind of weird strats so that something unexpected can happen. You have to do that here when you're on match point. You can't, of course, you could be playing very safe, but that's not what Zenith want to do. That's not Zenith Esports' final action. However, we do see in the bottom, CJ did get in a little bit of action versus Royal. No one ended up winning this one, but on the other side of the map, Cordell gets a headshot onto Ziggy, and it's already a 5v4 situation for Zenith.
And Zenith coming out strong in this right now. They are a little bit playing aggressive, and they're playing the proper angles, and they're playing very smart on how they want to hold this. You saw CJ. He went for that swing out, that spawn peek over on the exit stairs, but he didn't. He connected with some shots, didn't finish the kill onto Royal or take him down even to half health, but he put the pressure on, and I like to see that from Zenith. They're putting the pressure on. They're kind of backing up, making sure that Amnesty's not feeling too comfortable on this. Ziggy being the first one going out on that sledge soft breach out of the hands of Amnesty. It's a big kill, but it's not the biggest kill you can get. Jarden even it's the same way on both sides. You know, Jarden on the
Yeah.
castle. He's already got his castle barricades down. He already did his damage. And him being out, it's not the biggest pick, so it's evened out on both sides, and health being in favor of Zenith. We do see them setting up for this, and I like where Slip is actually working this. He's working from the top floor. He's clearing it out. He's getting that top down. He burnt one of his breaching charges, but you see most of Amnesty, they're setting up to take tellers. They're not setting up for archives. They don't want to push the basement side.
Right.
He finishes off Technet. He gets that Hibana out of play. So Zenith, they just have to understand that Amnesty doesn't want that archive bomb site. They have to set up for this teller's defense because that's what Amnesty is pushing for. Now, there was a trade back out. Cordell did go down, so it's a 3-on-3. CJ, Cat, and Side. Big health advantage on to the three of them. But now, you see Rampage, Royal, and Slip getting as aggressive as they can. CJ finding the kill on Slip. Side takes out Rampage 3-1, and it's all up to Royal. He can't finish it out. It's going to be Zenith 3-6. And, you know, this is a defensive side of map, Daniel. It could happen.
It could. It could. You always got to play that different side, Colin, and you definitely are. Is that Zenith could come back, right? But right now, Amnesty, they had one amazing round where they were able to sweep their competition. And that was when they were still on attack. But it looked like they were just kind of miscoordinated. They didn't really know where to play. When you're attacking a bomb site that you usually don't attack from, this is exactly what happens, is that you kind of get all mixed up, you get all scrambled. But this is why right when you win a bomb site, you immediately have to switch to another one for at least 2 rounds. And the closest thing to what we saw from a first floor and basement bomb hold is just a straight up first floor bomb hold.
Now we head to the first floor. We head to that the press room. We head to the lobby. And this is kind of where Amnesty struggled a little bit on their defense. They came back in the second time that they returned to this, but Zenith, they really had their feel onto this bomb site the first time they were attacking. Now they've switched up a little bit. They brought out the Vigil, and I'm curious to how CJ will set up. You're most likely going to see a heavy setup on the 3rd floor to make sure that Zenith or Amnesty can't set up top there, but there's not too much of a change of the attacking side of Amnesty on their operator pool. They have basically the same operators, and I thought Cat was going to go for the spawn peak, but he's playing actually super passive in this one. I don't know how they're setting this up, but they have the meeting room windows open. Maybe it's just to kind of pressure Amnesty to not push into that side. Maybe they don't. They just want to let them know that they have some presence there. But that is, I'd say that's more in favor of Amnesty keeping those windows open.
Yeah, I feel like so far Amnesty they know exactly how to play the outside type of game, but they just need the picks, right? They're not really getting it, and they got to start fragging out. Now Zenith's getting way more comfortable with their surroundings. They know exactly where to play, when to play it, and you can already see CJ switching on over to the Vigil, right? Which is a little bit more of a hard roaming, well, it is a hard roaming type of operator where you're trying to get picks all across the map. And so far, he's in a 1v1, but does get taken out. Body falling over the railing like a rag doll as Royal does pick up the first frag of the round.
That was an important pick, getting that Vigil out there.
Huge.
Royal opening up for the side. Big flashbang from the Zophia's lifeline, but he's not going to follow up. I think he flashed himself. Jarden going to be in trouble because he's concussed and not very viable for that 1v1. We are going to see we're going to see Royal go on the aggressive on the Zofia, but Jarden did the right thing. Backed on off. Cat going to take the angle. Drop Royal down to about 10 health. Cat being about the same. Not like I'd say that's an equivalent trade on both sides, but it's more favoring Amnesty as they do have that pick onto CJ, and all of that 3rd floor control that you wanted if you were Zenith is not there anymore, unless Jarden pushes up here and goes big on this play, but he took his sights away at the last second. The Pulse is going to be joining him on the service staircase. He's going to use the Nitro Cell, open it up onto the right side, and the other side of the map, you saw Rampage take outside. Now it's time to go off to the races. Jarden going to open up with the kill onto Slip on the 2nd floor. Looks for another one, not going to find the kill, does his damage. Cordell going to find one. Jarden going to find another one, finds a double kill, make it a triple. And that's going to be Zenith sneaking right up against Amnesty, pulling away on that Rampage, the last player standing for Amnesty Gaming on that Capitao. He's going to find one, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now Zenith pulling it back even closer, 4-6 now. Only 2 rounds to go to tie it up and send it to overtime.
And this is where Amnesty's palms start sweating. This is where you kind of get a little bit antsy on your toes, because hey, Zenith are coming back. We just got to face the facts here, because so far in this round, they're looking way more confident on defense. They've got all of their posts set up. A little bit different coming through from the smoke. I believe they did play smoke at one point, but it wasn't really too useful, or at least they weren't allowed to use it in a lot of cases. As well, they're pulling out the Legion and the Bandit, right? So different picks all across the board here. I do like the pulse switch because they are playing inside the basement, but regardless, we're seeing the team of Zenith. They love playing defense. I feel like way before they switch, they kind of told each other, hey, listen, let's try and grab whatever we can here on attack, since we know that this is not whatsoever a attacker-sided map. And let's see what we can do on defense. And so far, they've already gone up 3 rounds.
And now you were saying about that Legion swap. I love that Legion swap, because ever since the patch, he doesn't do that initial damage right off the bat. So now it takes a few seconds for the Legion Goom line to do a little bit of damage when you step on it. So I don't really think he's as viable as he used to be. I mean, he's good for delay, but you don't really get as much value out of that delay anymore on the Legion, as the Pulse's Nitrocell and the Heartbeat Detector can find. But this setup from Zenith could be essential in how they proceed on this, because they have a Bandit now. We haven't seen Bandit get played yet. The spawn peak coming out, doing some damage on a Ziggler, but not gonna finish off. They kind of traded damage, about 25% onto each, and they backed up. Smart plays from both of them, and this basement hold. I know Amnesty and Zenith, in this second half, they've gone 1 for 1 on this, so both are comfortable on their respective sides. And it's up to one of them to make the opening move now, because they're both gonna, they both have had a chance to feel each other out. And the aggressiveness for Zenith is just not there in this game. Or in this, in this round, I'd say.
Yeah. So far, from what we see out of Zenith, they do have a way more passive style play, and that heavily favors defended side. However, when Amnesty was on defense, they were playing very aggressive. In certain situations, you would think that Amnesty were the ones attacking. Now, finally, when they are on attack, I don't know what's going on with them. Maybe they got a little bit too overconfident within themselves. Maybe their communication is just not up to par. They just don't know where their opponents are. So we got to watch out for all of the different little plays that Amnesty are doing. So far, from what it looks like, they are playing this way more slowly than how they usually do. Of course, some of their members are already inside the building itself, but they are not in the basement, which is what we have to watch out for as well. The only type of play that we saw was the 1-for-1 little damage trade. But other than that, now we see another 1v1 go down on Spiral Stairs. Still, Cat playing very aggressive, not backing up whatsoever. And just as I say that, he goes right on back down the stairs like a mouse scurrying back into his hole, but does realize the situation that he's in. Both of these players realize the situation that they're in, as they are both holding the angle, waiting for the other one to push.
And I'm surprised Cat even was pressuring that back. It's good that Cat got out of there, because that lifeline, the concussion is so powerful. Cordell, on the other hand, he's going to open up for Zenith. It's going to get a double kill as well as he takes out that Zofia. Royal and Slip going down. Probably the biggest kills that you could get for Amnesty if you're Zenith. And it's advantage to them. 5v3. I know Ziggy's trying to pull that back, but he does the damage, not finding any kills onto Cordell. Cat, he's gonna find Technith now. He's gonna look for more. Cat gonna take Ziggy. He's gonna look for the triple. Cat not gonna find it. Instead, it's gonna be Cordell, making it a flawless round between Cat and Cordell. Both players taking them all out. As we see the final kill cam as he breaks through the wall like Kool-Aid Man and takes that kill. Round 12 is going to be underhand. Amnesty still on match point, but Zenith is 1 round away from sending it to overtime.
We see this once again. Archives, tellers. The basic good old Zenith strat. I guess that's what we have to start calling it now, as they are really coming back into this match. We played that storyline ever since it was 6-1, and now we're finally seeing it unfold. This is going to be a very long night if this is exactly how these matches are going to be going, because we're only on game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3 set. And so far, Zenith still showing a fighting chance. Who says that Amnesty can't come back, though? Come back using air quotes. But who says that they can't win this round once again? Because so far, they've shown a lot of signs of strength, but now they're starting to really, really slip up.
As Battle Eye goes ham once again in the top right corner, we are going to see... You know, I have one thing to point out, actually, about this Amnesty attack.
What's that?
That I'm kind of disappointed in. It's the Nomad of Slip. Slip was playing out of his mind on defense. And, you know, what's one thing that counters the aggression from a defensive side? A Nomad air jab.
Okay.
We haven't really seen those air jabs actually come into play for Amnesty or do have any effect onto the Zenith aggressiveness that we've seen. So you really have to look to where Slip puts those air jabs and how they can use it to counteract this aggressiveness from Zenith Esports. But we're going to be heading into this 13th or this 12th round, and it's going to be match point for Amnesty. 1 round from overtime for Zenith, and this is the comeback that we potentially might be seeing from Zenith. You know, they were down 6-1 going into the half. They were down 5-1 in the half.
Yeah.
And Amnesty did find that initial round win on attack, but it's been Zenith ever since, as Cordell continuing his reign of terror. He's gonna take Ziggy out. We did see Drone take CJ off of his pedestal of that aggressive stance into exit staircase, but now it's up to the rest of Amnesty to pull this back. They lost their sledge. How will they fix their attack right now? Jarden, really aggressive inside those staircases. He's going to get flamed out by the Captain. Tao is going to be returning 1-for-1. Royal taking him out, but Jarden taking out Royal. That Claymore taking the life of Cordell. But it's an instant trade in favor of Zenith, taken back by Technith as he pulls it into a 3v3. Health in favor of Zenith, but you have 1:30 seconds left if you're Amnesty on this attack, and a lot of time to just pick away at Zenith's defense from above. So I don't want to see them panic, and I don't want to see them push too fast. I want to see them just take their time, pick away at this defense, and just stay calm, as they haven't really been calm on their attack.
Right. Yeah, so far, Amnesty finding the picks that they exactly need to find, and they're doing it very effectively. The only problem is that we talked about this potential storyline of teams coming into this week and pulling out strats that we have just never seen before. And one of them is a Teller's Archives type of hold, where Zenith have taken a step back and said, why doesn't anyone play on this bomb site? Let's learn how to play on it so that we can pull it out in these different leagues and confuse the heck out of teams. And so far, they're definitely doing so. Side with one, Cat with another one on the other side of the map. Definitely good stuff coming out of Zenith so far, with one more opponent, which is going to be Slip. If it is going to be anybody that clutches up this round, it's definitely going to be Slip in a 1v1 situation. He's now on very low HP, but it's through the wall that CJ ends up taking out Slip. And Zenith, once again, have taken another round and have forced this over to an overtime.
You know, I was thinking, wow. You know, last time these teams played, it was 8-7 in their map. How is Zenith gonna go down 5-1 at the half? But we see that it was 200 IQ. They pulled it back 6-6. Now we head to overtime. If anybody is kind of new to this Rainbow Six scene, they don't know what overtime is. Simple. Get 8 points. It's as simple as that. First to 8. You know, you can go 7-7, but it won't go 8-8. It's first to 8. That's it. Then that's the map win. And this overtime, it's going to be starting off with Zenith on attack, defense to Amnesty, and it will be Cafeteria Garage for the first hold. And if Amnesty is, if they're not startled at all after their kind of the losses that they pulled, they had in Zenith's favor throughout that whole attack phase, they can pull this back into their advantage in this overtime, send it into their advantage before switching sides, make it that 7-6, make Zenith uncomfortable, because they had like both teams have just been excellent on defense. So at this point, I expect to see Amnesty pop off.
This reminds me of TSM versus SSG on Cafe at the Invitational, where both teams were amazing on attack out of all things on Cafe, and none of them could have actually played defense. So this is definitely reminiscent of that, because right now it looks like whatever team is on defense is just going to win, right? Maybe Zenith break that streak here. Maybe they just end up completely terrorizing their opponents. They have the momentum that they have slowly brought back, and I feel like the most dangerous, let's just ignore that for a second. The most dangerous situation for a team to be in is when you're on a comeback, because that is really when the heart of the players start going absolutely crazy. Zenith right now feel like monsters.
Zenith, they have to feel. I mean, you gotta feel good. Both teams,
right?
Amnesty and Zenith, have only won one round on attack in this whole thing. So this could be Zenith's one round of attack that they pull out the win. This could be Amnesty's time to just come back with the big guns and hold on to their defense. It's gonna be Royal opening up on CJ with the first pick of overtime. That will be advantage to Amnesty right away. Slip is going to be super low, though. And, oh, a lot of damage to Royal, but he gets out, and that's another pick to Cordell, but it's going to be Slip coming out on top with that one. So Amnesty Gaming going up 5-3 in this round matchup. And this is just nasty shots coming out from Slip. You saw the NS in all chat. You see the attackers kind of spreading out and getting a little bit of uncomfortable. I thought for a second. I got scared. Second, Ziggy was about to blow himself up with a C4, but you know, sometimes Zenith, you just can't get blessings like that. And he caught himself before he slipped. And now, 1 minute, 15 seconds left in this round. Everything's slowed down. You can hear a pin drop. And it's going to be Zenith. They have to find a way to just crack this round open, because they are not in the favorable side on attack. You do see Zofia is going to be pushing through the main staircase. Concussions herself, so not going to be too comfortable pushing down that. Jarden is inside Archives already. Being aggressive on that one. All three players of Zenith pushing through the main staircase Archives side of the map for these bomb sites, and they could easily just push in there and overwhelm the player in Cafeteria, put the bomb down, and take control of this round win. But it's up to them to get in. Rampage gonna find one, and it's going to be Royal finding the second one. It's gonna be Jarden, the last player standing inside of a smoke grenade in a 1v5. Flawless round for Amnesty. Defenders win round 13, and that is going to be advantage to Amnesty in this overtime.
Yeah, definitely Amnesty coming out very strong here on defense, at least in the place that they know exactly how to play, which is the basement itself. But now we get to switch sides, and this is exactly where we have to talk about the potential of, once again, Teller's Archives type of hold. However, Zenith, I don't know if they just got scared or if they're just not confident in that type of hold, because, again, they're going into basement. But so they've got to be confident in this type of defense that they have already set up for themselves. However, you got to take a look at the difference of operators on each side. And so far, in my eyes, I believe Thatcher is new, as well as Gridlock.
Thatcher has not been played yet. Neither has Gridlock, like you said. So those are two new operators to see on the attack phase. This could be Amnesty's kind of coup. I forget what the saying was, but it could be their chance to pull forward in this game and take map 1. They are on advantage. On the side of Zenith, you were saying they might be a little bit scared. They might just be going back to the basics. One thing you have to remember is that whenever you're stuck in and trapped in the corner of a matchup, just go back to the basics. And that's going to be Cafeteria Garage Hold. They do pull out a Bandit, which I'm not too sure about. You know, I'd prefer to have the Cade, especially pushing in on especially holding Garage. But you know, Jarden might just be feeling that Bandit pick right now. But if you're looking at both sides, they've been super successful on their defensive rounds, and this could easily go to. This just could go to all the way to 8 points for both teams. It could be the final round, sudden death. But attack phase is going to be underway right away, and you already see Amnesty. They're up close and personal, right on the garage door.
We have to remember the one round that Amnesty were able to win a offensive push was on to garage when they were able to open up garage, the door itself, with the Habana. So far, I believe they're setting up for it, and I believe they already have opened into garage itself. But we have to see this coming out of Amnesty, because if it's any time for them to actually win a round, it's going to be this one. The only problem is that Zenith, they're all across this building itself. Some are on the first floor. I believe there's nobody on the second floor itself. But right now, Cat is lurking as well. Cordell is lurking himself. He wants to try to run out here and hasn't spotted any of his opponents. And I might just eat my own words, because definitely they're both running out here on the map itself. Double kill so far for Cat. He runs out with his ally, and all of a sudden it looks like Zenith are the ones in complete control. Rampage, however, does end up going down. Technic going to trade the kill, and it's all up to him. Now sees the head of his opponents, and just like that, dunked on is the opponents of Zenith. Or Amnesty. Oh my goodness.
Sometimes when you're tucked back into the corner, you're stuck out and you're just backed up into the corner. Sometimes you just gotta show them what you're swinging and just run out there. Show them what you got. And that's exactly what Zenith did. They pulled it right into overtime, match point onto both teams. Sudden death. And it's going to be Doc, Maestro, Smoke, Jaeger, and Mozzie. This is the defensive setup that probably, I'd say, favors Amnesty right now. This is, unless Zenith pops off on their attack, Amnesty is totally favored to win this round.
Yeah. I feel like that's kind of been the course of the whole entire match, but the one time where the upset comes through is when the attackers end up winning the round. As weird as it is to say, on a map like Consulate, you would usually expect it to be even on both sides. However, this is not what we're watching here. We're watching the defending team win every single time. And so far, Zenith, they pulled out a strat that I never thought I would see in my whole entire casting career, but I just saw it. Where they had a double run out where they pincered the opponents. They were basically playing Call of Duty at that point. It looked like they weren't even playing Rainbow Six.
I was about to say that. They switched up games right in the middle.
Yeah.
They just pulled up into another tab, Call of Duty, and they just ran that as admin for their PCs. So now we see in this overtime 2 minutes 50 seconds on board. This is it for Consulate. Whoever basically takes on this round takes map 1 win, takes the advantage in this matchup, sends us to Clubhouse for map 2, and this is as close as you could possibly be for the round win. You do see a heavy hold onto the bomb sites for Amnesty Gaming on their defense. They're not giving up these sites, and this could be what you're looking for if you're Zenith. That's the first nitro cell burned on the side of Mozzie, the only nitro cell burned for Amnesty, and not gonna get any value to it. So we do see a little bit of a disadvantage to Amnesty's hold, as they're getting rid of their utility early, but they still have their gun skill to work on. Jackal has picked up the sights on a player sitting up top. That's going to be the Mozzie. It's going to be spotted from the footsteps, as Slip has to be careful. He has a player just above him in meeting room. He's going to be droned out. They know he's in there, and that could have just been the pick that cost him the round. He has to watch out for that. They're going to be shooting at him from below, and Royal still sitting on main staircase on Spiral, being safe, staying away, self-isolating, and watching out for these players of Zenith. But Zenith, they're just collapsing. They're taking their time. They're checking their angles. They're doing everything they can. It's down to 1 minute left. First pick is going to be Ziggy. Drop down, but that's Doc. Doc can pick himself back up. Cat going to get the pick onto Ziggy. Eventually, Cordell finds the knife onto Technith. Rampage finds one, but Zenith, they're breaking the site open. Cordell, double kill. Cordell, triple kill. And that's going to be Zenith pulling out with the map 1 win right out from under the defensive hold of Amnesty. And you know, the pressure might have just got to them because they were looking so good on defense all game.
It's exactly what I was talking about.
Round?
It's exactly what I was talking about, Colin. Very early on in the round itself. How you had to watch out for Zenith's comeback in terms of being on attack and just wiping out their opponents. Because so far, the name of the game was defense. This was Amnesty's round to win, but they got wiped. 4-1 was the end. Was the kind of like the end round win itself, or how many players were left? That's what I meant to say. So Zenith had 4 players. Amnesty had 0. But as for that whole entire map in general, that was amazing play that came out initially from Amnesty. We cannot discredit what they ended up doing in the early game. They came through and they were here to play. And all it really was a storyline and just pure spirit that came out of Zenith that we have not seen in a hot minute. So amazing stuff going through for Amnesty. Amazing comeback that Zenith had. And the only thing I think that we're both thinking is that this series is going to be super awesome. So the ending kind of line that I have to say is, will Zenith finish off the series 2-0, or will Amnesty come back, tie it 1-1, and take us to a map number 3? We're going to have to see after the small break, ladies and gentlemen, but do not go anywhere. More Upsurge Premier League Raven Conference playoffs. We'll be back in just a little bit.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the Upsurge community. Once again, it's myself, Colin Seymour Moore. Daniel the Saved One Mena right across from me at a distance, in that self-isolation kind of bit. But we're going to be heading in soon to Game 2 as Zenith Esports is up 1-0 after that very, very close, tight consulate win. And we're going to be on Clubhouse for map 2. How do you feel about that one, Daniel?
You know what, man? We saw a very amazing consulate map. I have not watched consulate in a minute. I have actually watched Rainbow Six in a minute. I'm gonna be honest, but I've been on that Valorant hype train. But regardless, my return to Rainbow Six has been nothing but spectacular. Right? We ended up seeing Amnesty take the first half of that map just by storm. I think me and most of the chat all thought that Amnesty was going to close out that series. But regardless, Zenith were able to come back, and that is the team that you love to watch, right? This is the games you love to watch. However, we are headed into game number 2. It's going to be Clubhouse here, ladies and gentlemen, and we know this map to be really, really crazy in terms of fragging as well as different strats that come out.
And hopping into this ban phase that we're going to be looking at, personally, I want to see something change up from map 1. I know they got rid of the buck and they got rid of I'm pretty sure the thermite. I want to see the Thatcher definitely gone on this map. You already see the Maverick gone. That was going to be the second operator I wanted to see out of it, because if Zenith gets rid of the Thatcher, that's going to make it very difficult for the hard breach. It's going to make it a little bit easier for even more easy, because it's Rainbow Six. It's mostly defender sided on most maps, and it's gonna be Zenith picking up the second one, and it's not gonna be Thatcher actually taken out. But I'm surprised about that one. I know Capital is an excellent ban, but usually people do favor taking out the Thatcher and getting rid of the EMP grenades. And even Maestro going down on defense is a little bit surprising to me. Maybe they want to just get rid of any sort of plant disruption that will come out with those evil eyes. Possibly see also an Echo go on. How do you feel about this right now, Daniel?
Right now, so far with the bans, it's definitely unexpected. I did agree with you with the Thatcher ban. However, that is what the Maverick is, I feel like, made to do, is it kind of baits out the Thatcher. The only problem is that it does not, right? So now Bandit, Cade is both up on the table. Thatcher is available for both of these teams with the EMP. Zofia is still on the board. We've got the Thermite. We've got the Habana. So a bunch of hard breach still available for these squads. But, Capital, it's very standard on why it's banned out, right? A garage push as well as a CCTV and cash room type push with smokes with Capital is just super, super forceful on the site itself. Maestro as well as Mira, both banned out, which are standard for a map like this one. So what do I think about it? I think that they're standard bans. Could there have been better ones? Maybe. But regardless, we got to take what is given to us and just analyze the situation.
I want to analyze the defenders right now.
Do it, bro.
Because we see Amnesty Gaming starting off on defense. They had an excellent defensive run right off the bat in game 1. It was a little bit taken away from them in that kind of sudden death run that they had. They kind of slipped up a little bit, but right now I'm gonna touch on the little Wamai Jaeger strat that they have going on here. I love this strat, and I think that it is an excellent one to go off of, because it basically renders any projectile utility from Zenith just useless. It won't get into the point. If Amnesty Gaming plays their cards right with the Wamai utility and the ADS, it'll just be constantly picked up, and no grenades, no flashbangs should make it onto those bomb sites, or at least very minimal, like even less than if the ADSs were just there. So I love to see that duo come out right away from Amnesty, and I'm curious to see how they come out with this one, as the attack phase is going to be underway.
So far from what we see out of Zenith, it's a very standard hold that comes out from them, or at least a attacking round that's coming out from them. Right now, You touched a whole lot on the defender side. Definitely, we were speculating months ago. I remember when, in the classroom, is Wamai good? Can you play him with Jaeger? Yes, you can, and we're saying it right here. However, over on the Western Staircase itself, there is a breakthrough that came in. And now it's all up to the opponents on what they are able, or it's the Eastern Balcony, what they're able to do to stop this push. Because so far, they're all kind of spread out across this map, and the only thing that's really holding down CCTV Room is the Echo drone. And Echo being picked here is absolutely massive for Amnesty.
I actually think, did they destroy the yokai there? I didn't quite see it. I thought I heard the sound cue come out that it was destroyed, but I'm not 100% on that one. You do see Zenith. They're taking control of bedroom side of the map, and they're going to be pushing in from the west side to the east side, controlling both ways, just clearing out any roamers. Technith taking a lot of damage there on the side of Amnesty, but this construction setup from Amnesty Zenith might be a little bit dangerous for Amnesty to kind of work with. You do see the grenades coming out, and they are going to be picked up from the ADS, and Wamai not make it through onto the site. So a lot of control for Zenith on this attack, as you do see Jarden. He moves over onto the balcony of the map to try to pick this up, but in rafters, this could be a big brain from Rampage. He ducks down. He plays it safe. Cat gonna go down. First pick in favor of Amnesty. Amnesty with 2 picks. Returned by Cordell and Jarden. So 3-on-3, but Royal getting out there. He's gonna take down side. So right on this push from Zenith, getting shut down. 3-on-1. Jarden, last player standing on the thermite. He pushes in. He takes out Slip. 1v2. Wamai and Echo, the last 2 standing. So he is in cash room, and he's found, and that is going to be round 1 to Amnesty. And that was just kind of textbook from them. Nothing to worry about there.
No, very simple stuff came out of Amnesty within that whole entire hold, which was just defend your opponents as best as possible. The name of the game there was the balcony itself. When you're playing on CCTV, you have to watch out for the balcony rush. But the only thing is that if you can rush the balcony before your opponents, and if you know which opponents are out there and where they are, definitely you could pull off some crazy moves, which is exactly what Amnesty were able to do there with the whole entire push itself. The only problem is that Zenith, they started out exactly like this on the attack and defense of Consulate. Can the same thing happen? For sure, because Clubhouse is another textbook style map. The only problem is that Amnesty now have the redemption phase for themselves, where they get to just wipe out their opponents, and they can end it whenever they want, end the game whenever they want. So if they can build up momentum within the early game, maybe they can close it out in the late game.
Now in round 2, we do see the bomb sites head to the bedroom and the gym room. So now I like the setup too. They do have that barricade over towards the west balcony, towards hot tub wall. They do have the castle barricades to back it up there, along with the bandit to trick the wall as well with the electricity. And I'm curious to see if Amnesty sends anybody on the roam, because you maybe send a couple players over towards cash room, over towards CCTV to hold that side of the map, but I don't expect them to kind of push off of the second floor. So with this hold, you do see a couple sitting towards CCTV on the side of Amnesty, but Zenith, they're going to be starting their attack, and they're going to actually pull out the buck this time. I'm curious to see if that soft reach will do on the skeleton key will do him any good, pushing from CCTV room over to the bedroom side of the map, because that's where he will be set up.
Yeah, so far from Amnesty, what we see out of them is massive amounts of defense all across the site. They're not just holding one area. They're not just holding construction. They're also holding logistics. So we have to watch out for this team and where exactly they are able to hold, as well as peaks Royal, almost peeking a weird angle for himself on the outside here of this balcony. He's got to catch his opponent off guard if he actually does want to peek this. Other than that, you can see that CJ knows that his opponent is there. One footstep is all it is really going to take in order to spot out where your opponents are. However, out of Zenith, a lot of shots are being handed over to Amnesty. Nothing too much in terms of actually getting into the building itself.
Will the bandit get the trick off? Actually, he was concussed, so he has to get out. He exits over into bathroom. The wall of hot tub was opened up by the thermites successfully for Zenith. Nobody has gone down on either side. Minute 30 left on the board. And it's going to be an even 5-on-5. You see Bandit Ziggy. He's going to be sitting inside the bathrooms. He's going to electrify that wall of bathrooms to make sure that the thermite can't do any more damage to kind of get him out of there. But you do still have some EMPs on the side of, well, side. So now it's now that they have that choke opened up for Zenith, how will they push through? You see Royal on the other side of the map. He opens up with the first pick onto Cordell. So advantage to Amnesty right away. But you almost see just after that, it's complete kind of zen from the side of Zenith. They don't want to push in just yet, but as I say that, you see a 1-for-1 go on board with Technith and Jarden as Cat finds one of his own. It's going to be a 3v3. Royal, he takes some damage. He goes for the run out, actually, but on the other side of the map, there's nobody going to be there for him to run out on. You see a 2v1 in favor of Zenith. Last player standing is going to be Slip, and he's sitting inside bedroom hallway, but there's not going to be a lot in front of him to see. He is kind of on the flank here. He might be able to catch that one player off right to his close right, but he's not there to see him. He's going to open up the barricade into the gym room, but he's turned and burned by the Zenith player. That's going to be Cat picking up the final kill and evening it out 1-1.
Yeah, so far, look at that flick, man. I thought we didn't see it from Cat's perspective, but the flick into the hallway, because all you heard was one footstep. All it really was a little bit of walking, and then finally an explosion that came from Amnesty. And all of a sudden, Zenith, they take the first attack here of the site, and it was all up to a post-plant position. But now, finally, Zenith are starting to step up all across the board. It's not just Cordell that we're focusing on here. It's Cat. Jarden sometimes is faced in a 1v4 situation as well. Side, we have to watch out from him. CJ is the one initially opening up the actual site itself. Got to watch out for the rest of the holes. And we're going on to my favorite bomb site. It's going to be the basement of Clubhouse. Colin, we have casted a whole lot of shenanigans in this basement. Could we see another one?
Easily. I mean, easily we could see some more shenanigans up basements. Like, I mean, I know you obviously can, but like, what's basement without some crazy thing happening at the last second?
That's true.
But in the setup, you do see Amnesty take out the Legion. I'm not very confident on that Legion pickup. I mean, after his nerf, I talked about it in game 1, but after his nerf, he does delay a lot, but in that delay, you're not getting that initial kind of tick damage that the goo mines used to emit. So I'm not too sure about that pick on the Legion. There could have been maybe a pulse on board instead, or maybe even just an extra electrification on the Bandit, because they've been playing him Bandit very well. But the Legion, you know, if he feels comfortable on that operator, he can pull it out for sure. But with this attack phase coming up, I don't see Zenith wanting to change anything up. And it's when you want to talk about shenanigans, I'm down to see some shenanigans.
I think we all are here, as we're finally getting into the bare bones of this round. 1 minute has already gone down on the clock, and the servers are kind of lagging for the players themselves, but we are okay here over on the spectator side, which is kind of new. But a bunch of flashes going down over here behind the main boiler box as well. Inside a secret, you can kind of predict that there's everyone going down. If you see my camera right now my webcam is on, my face is completely white because of how many flashbangs were on our screen. But nothing to come out of it, though. They were just trying to bait out all of the Jaeger traps, but so far nothing from either side. A little bit of damage onto Royal, but that's all we have to really count on.
Constant ringing in my ear from those flashbangs, but you know, it's fine. I'm just gonna start a petition to take the flashbangs out, because we don't like that, but we like to see Amnesty popping off with a nice double kill to start the round off. And they're going to be opening it up with Cat and CJ going down. Cordell's in a little bit of trouble too. He's taking some damage from below. But it's going to be Jarden on the site. The Thermite going to be taking out Technith. He's going for his second pick. He takes out his pistol. He's going to find Slip. He rotates around trying to find the kill, but it's going to be a double kill for Royal. as last player standing, Cordell pushing through dirt. He does set off a Goomba, a little bit unfortunate for himself. He's just above 25% health. They know where he is. And you know what? It's not a good position to be in if you're Cordell.
No.
On the side of Amnesty, though, you're feeling good about that one. A little bit of a head peek, and Amnesty takes the round 2-1 in this matchup. And that was just solid from them. I mean, I was gonna just say before they popped off, I wanted to start a petition to let Royal see, because those were just too many flashbangs for him to count. But it looks like he doesn't need to see to pull the round win.
This game's very close. At the end of that round, Amnesty finally pulling out on top. We see here on Clubhouse that it's much more, I guess, whoever comes with their guns blazing. It's not really defender or attacker sided, since we have seen this map time and time again. Zenith are pulling out the fighting spirit on whichever sites they really want to attack on. Now, over on the side of Amnesty, they want to go back to CCTV Cache, because that is where they initially won their first round. So I guess we'll be able to see how Zenith are able to attack this point in the most effective way possible.
We're headed back to CCTV room. I like the way at Amnesty held this last time. They are running that Womai Jaeger again with the Bandit as well to keep the eastern balcony kind of under check. But I would really like to see Amnesty not focus the bandits, like this. I don't want to see those bandit traps go onto that eastern balcony. I love to see the bandit working inside garage. Get rid of that. You know, it's that typical strat that you see the attackers go. Open up that garage with the X Kairos on the Hibana, and you have a lot of information to work on the rotation between rafters and CCTV room. So it's a really good play to use your bandit to you can hold on to one trap and kind of work that eastern balcony with the one, kind of try to trick out the thermite to waste some of his exothermic charges, and just make sure that they can't open up that garage with the other one. So I really like Amnesty's thought process on that one, and I'm excited to see the value that comes out of it.
Right. It's going to be off of the back of Amnesty's complete defensive hold. So far, they've been able to show it. However, Zenith in a lot of cases have come back and have really showed their opponents what they are able to do. However, if we look over here on the balcony, once again, there's a bunch of concussion grenades going off, as well as bandit tricking going off. So we don't get to hear the smooth sounds of a wall opening. Instead, we get to hear the wall actually getting denied, or at least the actual the charge getting denied itself. So that does mean that Zenith need to find a new way in. Luckily for them, they do know how exactly to get into the building itself and how to pull out all of these crazy strats. And it's going to start off so far inside of lobby.
Oh, you could get a little bit of this. Could be huge if they open this up with the soft breach of Zofia, but it's going to be the bandit going to trick the other side. Successfully opened up by the thermite, and Ziggy gets out successfully, only taking minimal damage. I say minimal, but he's down now, so he's in a little bit of a predicament himself. CJ pushing into bedroom. He has a 1v1 to fight in construction, but he's going to back off. He's not going to take it. Cat going to secure the kill onto Ziggy. Slip also going down inside of cash room. So advantage to Zenith, and advantage is growing bigger as the time ticks on. Rampage over in rafters. He has a little bit of information over into CCTV, and he's just going to be holding that soft angle. And I do see what Royal's setting up to kind of work with, but there's nobody there for him to kind of kill. Rampage going to go down into rafters, and Royal, he has to back up. Zenith, flawless round, picking apart Amnesty on that CCTV hold and suffocating them into that site. Excellent job from Zenith.
Yeah, Zenith so far have been the team to really come up and, I guess, just be incredible in certain instances. Definitely, they are exploiting the opponents in every which way possible. When Amnesty want to defend the balconies, Zenith says, you know what, we'll just enter in through another way. And they are able to do so. And that's exactly what we see over on the side of Zenith. Over on the side of Amnesty, though, they got to clean up their act a little bit, because they were able to take a lead so decisive on Consulate. Then now they're coming over to Clubhouse and they don't really know what they're doing. Even though it is 2-2, they are still able to be exploited in a lot of different ways. And Zenith are slowly picking apart of what is going to be a very interesting rest of the game.
I'm curious to see how they put if they switch anything up onto that on the CCTV room hold, because I really liked how their setup was last time. I don't think they should change anything necessarily up. It's just I think they were just caught off guard by that attack from Zenith. So excellent job from Zenith in that last round to kind of choke them into the site. But how will this work this next time? I think if you're Zenith, you're really looking to kind of change up your style of play, and that is an excellent Cade charge. If I do say so myself, but he's not gonna keep it there.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been if he kept it there. You know what? Sometimes you gotta experiment. Yeah, sometimes you gotta experiment in a game like Rainbow Six. Where does the Cade charges fit? Usually we see it a lot of the times in the middle of 2, so it can electrify both. In other cases, it's behind a wall. So, hey, this time it's not going to be. He wants to reposition.
But speaking of electric claws, we do see Technith taking out the Cade this time to work alongside the Bandits. So we're going to have double electrification on the reinforcements of the defenders. But Rampage, he's on that Echo, and he's going to be holding on inside those Raptors, watching for this garage pick. I know Zenith hasn't really been pushing into that garage, so I don't expect Rampage to have too much trouble keeping control of it. He just has to worry about the rotation, and when they do start to push into sight, bad timing for Royal, but it's going to be traded out by Slip as Cat catches him looking the wrong way at the last second. It's going to be a 4-on-4 as the Womai going down and Zofia going down on both sides. Side going to be inside of stock room. And he's going to just be working his way along the bottom. How do you want to see the Zenith approach this one, Daniel?
So far in a 4v4, I don't think we've seen this too much yet, right? Usually it's been very even once Amnesty, or once Zenith actually get into a point itself. However, we do have Amnesty Gaming taking out Cordell. At least Technic takes out Cordell. Technic finally showing his true stripes. We have talked about this player a whole lot, at least in the pregame itself, but kills are going all across the board. Zenith completely with the wipe, and Jarden is able to pick up a double kill for himself here on the map itself. And now inside of the building, it's going to be the Yokai drone that stops the plant, as Jarden now wants to continue with the plant. And since the Yokai has not recharged itself just yet, it is going to be Zenith taking the round aside. He ropes up on the side of the building and lands a headshot onto the final carry of Amnesty.
That couldn't have been any more perfect for Zenith to push into that. They take the lead on attack this time. It's way different from Consulate. This time you see the attack going in favor of Zenith. But you know what? A 3-3 half would not be the worst if you are Amnesty Gaming. You know, it kind of works on both sides. You know, I know people love playing Defender on Clubhouse, but it's still, I'd say this is probably a really even map on both sides. So going 3-3 wouldn't be the worst to work with. But if you're Amnesty Gaming, you're heading to basement again. You don't want to let this go 4-2.
They've held basement once before. We were talking a whole lot about it, and the conclusion was that Amnesty, they kind of have this basement fully secured. In a lot of cases, what they'll do is they'll send one person inside a boiler, they'll put a whole lot of Jaeger traps behind it, and just stop the push from Secret as well as Oil. The only problem is that Amnesty also has the other side of the area covered inside of Dirt, where there's a bunch of Legion mines as well. They might send one member inside of Dirt just to try and protect even more of the push. Technic also going up to this into the kitchen and just boarding up this floor means that they're just ready for every single possibility out of Zenith. The only thing is that we have to play the other side. Zenith, they've also shown signs of taking over attack and just completely upsetting on a site. Even though they ended up losing before in basement, doesn't mean they can lose again.
And as the attacking is underway, you see the time taken down from 3 minutes. And attackers are setting up for this. Not too much of a change on the operator side for the attackers. As well as you were saying, the Legion is back for Technet.
Yep.
And it was actually helped out Amnesty on their defensive last time. Will it help out this time? Cat going to be covering up their flank, making sure nobody comes through the ladder room of boiler of oil. But now it is up to Royal. Last time, you know, he was really pressured on the blue staircase, but no follow-up from Zenith was seen. So it was just a little bit of fake. Nothing to work by, but nobody roaming around for Amnesty just yet. I did see Royal. He was kind of getting a little bit aggressive over towards blue staircase, but he hasn't pushed up too far just yet. I know he's inside secret, and there's one player that's close to him. He does get droned out, so he's got to escape right away. An excellent job by Royal to get out of that. Not caught off at all. Now we see Cat working with Side to clear this.
It's going to be inside a secret that the rest of Amnesty just try and set up inside. Usually they do send one member inside of it, like I was saying earlier, and it's going to be Royal for the time being. As for the rest of Zenith, they have fully taken over the top floor. They might want to go 2 floors up just to see if they can punish their opponents by rotating. But so far, it's nothing is going to go across. No damage is being dealt on both sides. And so far, Amnesty are the ones that are playing the long haul game. But when you do wait until the final last minute, it means that a lot of action is going to take place within the last minute. That's kind of an obvious statement. But you see the rest of Zenith, they have fully taken over now the first floor. They need to get into the basement before they do anything kind of crazy.
And I know there's a player set up on secret that didn't catch who it was. That's gonna be Cat. And he has that angle open towards the bar of church room. But he hasn't found the heads of anybody on Amnesty just yet. Cordell gonna be setting up in towards the hallways. He's tosses a nade over. He's gonna connect. Cat though pushing in. Trey's 1 for 1. Rampage gonna get that kill back. It's gonna be a 4-on-4, and Cordell just wants to get rid of the electrification on this barrier so that they can open up with the thermite. But they're gonna push into Memorial and Ziggy. Royal, they pop off for 2. I know we did see Technet go down. Ziggy goes down as well, but Rampage pushing back, pushes Cordell into a 1v2, and he's on the buck. He's barely got any health from Blue Room. Amnesty pulls it back to a 3-3 half.
Amnesty coming out on top when the rest of us think that they wouldn't, and they are able to now take another round inside of basement. Zenith not able to upset the monsters that is Amnesty Gaming, and now they're going into a 3-3 half, just like you said, and the playstyles are now swapped, where Zenith, they have to play a little bit more of a defensive game. When they were initially on defense on Consulate, they did lose the first round, just to remind you guys at home. However, Amnesty, they know how to play attack. They know exactly how to get into the map, but they have shown a lot of inconsistencies on attack. Zenith, they know how to play this map. Hopefully, this is also not their map choice. This was Amnesty's map choice. So it's kind of obvious that it is going to be a little bit more of an even type of map.
I'm really looking at the defenders side of this, and I know Zenith had quite the show up on Consulate after they were down 1-5, moving over to defense, and they brought it all the way back to overtime. But Amnesty, you know, they weren't showing too much promise on Consulate for their attack, so I really want them to really focus on this working together to roam clear and then check everything before they get onto the site, because a lot of the times they were just, when they were attacking, it seemed like they didn't have a strategy to go off of. This is not really usually where you see teams start off, in the basement and Arsenal room or church Arsenal room, but I do like this Valkyrie pick on the side of Zenith and the Goyo pick. I think they're very they're kind of like, I think they're defensive operators that work really well on Clubhouse. I mean, you could rotate out the Goyo with the Cade any day of the week just for the gun, just for their primary weapon. But I do really like this pickup with the Valkyrie on Cat.
And so far, Royal with one headshot onto Cordell to start off the whole entire half, with Amnesty taking the advantage very early on, is definitely something to write home. Zenith are now the ones that tried to act aggressive, and it failed. That is something that I wouldn't think I would have said in a map like this one.
You know, usually you see the peak right off the bat kind of come in favor of the peaker,
Yeah.
but Amnesty they set up a firing squad. They were ready for that. You peek your head, you're done. Cordell learned his lesson, and he'll be seen in round 8. Advantage to Amnesty early, like you said, and you do see them they're just playing comfortable. They're backing up. Zenith is backing up into their bomb sites. Nobody really roaming on them. Amnesty, they're setting up for a default kitchen push, and they're gonna be clearing through blue as well. So I do like the setup from them. It's a really default setup on their attack, and it could pay out.
Right, and we have to watch out for that. Is that are Zenith still able to hold this site like they are usually known to do? So far they have, right? And it's gonna be off of the back of a couple of grenades that are thrown into kitchen. However, the flick from one of the members of Zenith into the kitchen itself does take out Technith. It's gonna be Jarden at the end of the day. Still, Cat is holding inside of Arsenal Room with Jarden as his as his backup buddy. But so far, Amnesty not able to get into Arsenal Room like they originally have planned, and it's really all in the back of a couple of grenades that were thrown out.
Ooh, speaking of grenades,
there you go.
Ziggy gonna take out Jarden. And as Royal does go down with the shots to the wall, Cat gonna pick him up. 3-on-3 advantage in health is definitely actually even. As I look at it, you can basically say both of these are even, but this smoke grenade from TJ might do a lot of damage on the attackers. It does not find anything, but speaking of finding something, it's gonna be Slip taking out 2. He found both side and Cat, so it's gonna be CJ, last player standing on Zenith to pull us back, but Amnesty poised up to take this round 7, unless we do see a clutch. We've seen stranger things on Church. He does find the first one, but he's flicked on, and that's going to be round 7 to Amnesty as they pull back the lead, 4-3.
That is an Amnesty that we haven't seen in a hot minute, Colin, where they are able to finally defend or attack, on a point where it is very, very hard to get into. Originally, they wanted to get into kitchen. They wanted to get into Arsenal Room through the hatch, and they had to think of a different plan. Usually, when a team with 1 minute left has to think really quickly, it doesn't really work too well. There it did, though, where they were able to get into Arsenal Room by any means necessary and really start to pull up their weight. And it took off of the back of a couple of 1v1s that we saw in order to initially get into the basement itself. Now Amnesty have shown signs of being a team that can very easily start to win this. All they really need is 3 more rounds. Can they win 3 in a row? Or can they just win 3 in general? We're going to have to see as we keep going on. But first, round number 8.
I mean, we did see Cordell last round. He went for that early aggression to try to find a pick onto Amnesty, but he was taken out of the game fairly, I guess, right away even. You know, he was playing the Jaeger last round too, and he's the roamer of Zenith in that round. So, I mean, it's just something that when you're roaming, you can't try to be aggressive like that right off the bat unless you're confident in your shots and you know the information is there for you to do it, because your job's not necessarily to find kills. Your job's just to delay the attack. But now we do see the setup on CCTV room, cash room, and this might be a little bit of a different hold for Zenith as well. I mean, Cat getting the run out, putting her cam outside, the Valk cams. So I think that's something that was really missing on Consulate, the Valk cams that could be used on that map. But I do like to see Valkyrie getting used on this one because I don't think she gets used enough. Now we do see this round coming, is the attack phase starting. How do you feel about this attack right now, this setup from Amnesty, Daniel?
So far, there's a bandit on the side of side, and that is the main thing that I'm looking at. However, a lot of teams have realized that you can only bandit trick one side. So you have to use Rampage in the most effective way possible as alongside Royal. However, Royal does get taken to half HP. Sitting right in front of a drone hole is not the best situation to be in. However, there are 2 balconies on this map. There's west and east, and so far, east balcony not really doing them too much justice. However, over on the other side, they could find more, but Cat with 2 kills of his own. Ziggy as well, but Royal now wanting to get on into this site. Not going to be able to do so just yet as he is sitting on the central sub roof. And he is getting shot at from multiple sides. He's sitting on half HP, so now so far he's just playing that kind of scout position, but Cordell takes out Rampage. That's the the Thatcher that has gone down. Cordell and Jarden both taken out in the process as well, as a flawless round goes over into the hands of Zenith Esports.
That couldn't have been any more just, I mean, we've said it before, we've used the word before, that couldn't have been any more textbook of a defender round than it was. You saw the aggression of Zenith. It was played just to a T, you know, it was early advantage as Cat found the double kill, and it ended off with Cordell with the run out. You know, the advantage of just being aggressive on a map like Clubhouse, you can really get what you set up for if you play your cards right, and that's exactly what Zenith did. And they pulled that round win up to tie it back up to a 4-4 round set between the two of them. We're going to be heading to gym and bedroom set up. We do have that. We actually don't. I was about to, I thought I saw a castle set up.
Me too.
I thought I saw a castle set up, and you know how long it's been since I haven't seen a castle set up for gym bedroom hold? How do you feel about this, Daniel?
Well, when I used to play Rainbow Six, that's all I would run. I would run whenever a site would be able to run a castle, I would run a castle, just because of how easy it is just to board up a couple windows. Also, I don't know why it's super satisfying just to take down a board on a window. I don't know. It's the simple things in life. But as we head into gym bedroom, yeah, it's much more likely that you would be running something like a castle. However, here on this hold, they're not. They're completely opening up the sight lines onto gym, and they haven't really opened up the sight lines onto bedroom itself, but definitely from gym. So I'm kind of curious on what strat Zenith is trying to run here.
I'm loving the Valk cams from Cat, getting so much information on the rooftop of Clubhouse. For the defenders' side, who will pull ahead in this round? Both of them tied up at 4 apiece. As if anybody is tuning in, it is Zenith. They are in the lead, 1-0 in maps. It's a best of 3, so if Zenith takes this, they're going to be moving on in the round. If Amnesty takes this, we're going to head to Coastline for map 3. But right now, it's Clubhouse, it's 4-4. We're attacking the gym bedroom side of the map. And this attacker is set up from Amnesty Gaming. It looks like that right there. If anybody goes on the internet and types in the definition of yeet, that is it right there.
I mean, yeah, there's a couple definitions, but that is definitely one of them. You just chuck something into the sky and it lands right behind you. That's unfortunate. At least they're trying. At least Amnesty is trying to drone out this balcony. So far from what we see out of Zenith is a strong hold, as well as a scatter throughout the whole entire second floor themselves. But the rest of Amnesty needs to get into the building initially. They sometimes have struggled with it, but in a lot of cases they are able to get in. So far here in this round, there's about a minute left, Colin. We haven't seen either of these teams grab a kill.
Side going to be opening up as you say that with the pick onto Rampage, so advantage to Zenith early with a minute left. I say early, but it's traded right back as the Buck Ziggy gonna find the pick onto Cat, taking out the Valk, but damage has been done from Zenith. It's even at 4-on-4, and if we can see Zenith kind of tag up, there's a lot of opening right now for Amnesty to work around as Royal finds another pick, but he's traded out by CJ. Going back and forth of these teams, it's going to be Technith taking out CJ. And it's going to be a 2-on-3. They do know where the smoke is. The smoke's the last one standing. He's in bathrooms. He picks out, drops the diffuser. I don't know if he saw that, but it will be Zenith's Jarden on the smoke. The last one standing pulls it into a 1v1. No, Jarden versus Slip. Jarden with the advantage on health. I don't know if he got caught out. Puts the shots through. Getting tagged up through the wall. Doesn't actually get tagged up through the wall, but the information is there. 10 seconds left. Jarden playing defensively inside the closet. In logistics, pops out with the shotgun, doing some damage to Slip. 2 seconds left. Pops out. Zenith with the round win, with Jarden clutching up on the shotgun of smoke. It will be 5-4.
all Jordan had to do there was just chill out, right? 1v3 situation, it's very hard to chill, but hey, when all it really takes is you, when you've put down the guy who's holding the diffuser, and you're in a 1v3, hey, if you get 2 kills, that's great, right? But when you're in a 1v1, all you really are is playing time. And at 10 seconds, finally, inside logistics, it was a 1v1 scrap battle that went down. I guess the winner of that one was Zenith.
And it's Zenith 1 round away from making it to match point. They're on the 5-4 win. They're on a win streak right now. They're putting the momentum in their favor, and they could run away with this if they want. We're gonna be in basement now. We're gonna be heading right back to this bomb site, and both teams, they've had success on this site. Who will pop off this time? Because there's always been that single person pushing into basement or defending basement that's just had a field day. It's just who's going to do it this time on either side. We do have not too many operators changing from side to side. They're going to be running the Goyo, Valk, Bandit, Jaeger, Smoke on defense. And they've had a lot of success with this success with this lineup as well. And on the side of Amnesty for attack, it might be time to switch up a few things because this hasn't been working out.
No, so far Zenith are the ones to take this game by storm. The only thing is, it's been 1-1 apiece every single time we watch this team, right? It's Amnesty win a round, Zenith win a round. Chat goes crazy when Amnesty wins. All of a sudden, Zenith wins, and the Zenith fans end up going crazy in the chat as well, right? But back and forth, we've seen it time and time again. Zenith now have to go up by 2 points in order to really shut down the mental of Amnesty, because Amnesty, so far, whenever they've lost a round, they will expect that they will win 1 round in return. Only problem is that, hey, if you can win 2 in a row, it's definitely really good. However, 1v1 going down inside a kitchen. Ziggy is taken down to very low HP, and Cordell scurries back on into the basement itself.
Now, Ziggy, he's just going to back up. He has a lot of damage done to him. So he's going to back up onto the kitchen counter, and he's just going to hold the angle, as there has been quite a bit of damage done to Zenith as well in the basement. They have the setup that could still pull apart this Amnesty attack, this aggression from them. But how will they play it? It looks like they're going to be setting up for a default push on Amnesty, setting up for kitchen and blue. Trying to pincer their teammates. It's going to be Rampage opening up with the opening pick onto CJ. Ziggy finding the second one, 3v5 side. He's going to set up on the ground of Church to kind of shoot up, down, through. Rampage going to open up with another kill, double kill for himself, making a triple kill as he battles his way onto the site. One player left at side. He's got a 1v5, and it's not enough to work with. Slip going to make it a flawless round, and they're going to tie it up 5-5. No team giving each other anything to work with.
Yeah, Amnesty once again able to take another round underneath their belt, 5-5 at the end of that little scrap that we just saw inside of the basement. Instead of a very close clutch, it was just a 5-0 sweep. At the end of the day, it's really good to see a team like Amnesty keeping the consistency up strong. This is a long haul one, where now if the pattern is going to repeat itself, Zenith are the ones to take this round.
This is definitely a marathon and not a sprint. Both teams going pound for pound with their punches, going back and forth, not just in rounds but in trades as well during the game. No operator is going to be changing up on each side. They're going to be staying the same this time. What's going to be changing up is CCTV is going to be held, CCTV room and cash room. We have seen Zenith find success on this one again. Will they find their continued success? It's really down to the way that they hold this. But, I mean, really, I haven't seen any problems with their defenses on CCTV room, cash room. They've looked pretty solid here. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it in multiple rounds in a row where Zenith will just absolutely wipe the board of Amnesty. Once again, we could say that on the other side is that Amnesty have taken rounds multiple times in a row where we thought they were just going to lose it. But now we have a brand new perspective, right? Now we're just 5-5, and we have no idea who is going to win this one. We've seen the potential on both sides, right? Even if you kind of count game one out of the way, at least on Clubhouse, so far these two teams have looked neck and neck, and still I have not seen a clear-cut winner.
If I was just held down, I had to tell you somebody who is gonna win this matchup, I could not pick a team. Both of these teams looking so good on Clubhouse. They're going literally back and forth. But I do like this setup from Zenith right now. They do have they do have two players roaming around inside bedroom. Hopefully not gonna get caught out because they are moving around pretty fast, and they haven't really been checking their corners too much, making a lot of noise, making it known that they're roaming around. But it's going to be that rooftop setup from Amnesty. They're going to be trying to open up with the exothermic charge. Is it going to be bandit charged? No, it is not going to be bandit tricked. Wall is going to be opened up, and Amnesty with perfect sightlines down into the CCTV room bomb site. First line of defense will be Cordell, well, most likely Cordell and Sam onto the rafters. I'm curious to see how Amnesty pushes into this one.
So far from what we see out of Zenith, it's very passive style play. Amnesty, though, need to get into the building as fast as possible and try and take over these sites. They have done so, at least on the second floor. Jarden now playing a very passive style game over on his front. Cat, however, does find a 1v1, and Royal does get taken out as well. Cat now with 2. He picks himself up a triple inside of bedroom. And AG, Amnesty Gaming, haven't even gotten onto the site itself.
Zenith just locked down this site. And this is Technith's time for that 1v5 clutch if he wants to take it to match point for Amnesty. But Zenith poised to take that match point for their team, as this might be another flawless round. They do have a player set up in the window. It's going to be Side going for the 1-for-1 trade, taking it to match point for Zenith. And if you're Amnesty, you have to be scared on this one, because it's not just map point, it's match point.
Yep. It's very scary. Zenith in game number 1 were able to come back from a strong deficit, and we're able to close out the game in a very decisive overtime. But now, as we head on into match point, can Zenith do what Amnesty wasn't able to do in game number 1, which is just simply close out the round? It's been 1-1 apiece every single round. We go back and forth. Once Amnesty win a round, Zenith win the round, and vice versa. The only thing now is Zenith, are they able to win 2 in a row?
Well, last time we went to gym bedroom, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Amnesty taking the win onto that round for attack. But it is, so if you're Amnesty, you're really looking forward for that overtime, and this could be your chance to pull it back right here, send it to overtime. You know, you head back to defense, you try to take your round wins, and that's how it went in the last map as well. It was actually Amnesty really early on, going up 6-1. It was at one point, and then Zenith just pulled it back, sent it to overtime, clutched up on the attacking round of to make it of sudden death for the win. But if Amnesty, if they want to continue in this bracket, they have to clutch up, and they have to send it to overtime.
It's going to be the start of the round here. 6-5. Zenith need to close out this match, or Amnesty need to win one more round to send it over to overtime. They need to send it to an overtime. But so far, the round has just started. 20 seconds have gone down on the clock so far, and Amnesty are all getting set up across the site. They need to get into the western balcony. They are setting up their sights on eastern right now with a peek into garage. Slip is the one doing both of those jobs for the time being, as the rest of Zenith just need to get all set up and just take their time with this round.
It's going to be basically the waiting game here as Cordell takes a little bit of damage through the drone hole on Eastern Balcony. Who will open up onto this round? First player or first team to open up will have the overall advantage, will have the momentum into this Cordell. He's going to be rotating around Garage. He's going to be roaming around, but that's his end. Cat. He's going to be the first player going down. Amnesty with the advantage, and that's going to feel good if you're them trying to pull this back. But Cordell, being the thorn in the side, going to take Slip back down and even it up to a 4-on-4. So Cordell doing really good to keep his team evened out and holding onto this. Ziggy has to be careful for this, but on the site, it's going to be side going down. Ziggy, he's going to be taking some shots down. He's going to go down to CJ. Cordell finding another kill to Royal. We see the run out from CJ to find and confirm those kills. 3v2. Amnesty Gaming has to clutch up. Technith and Rampage, they do have the power potential to do so. They do have the setup to do so. They have the diffuser in hand, so they definitely could do it, but the smoke, Jarden, he's going to delay them a little bit in the push, and he's going to find that kill into Jim. Rampage taking out Cordell. Big pick to even it out on a 2-on-2, but that player into Logistics is going to take a lot of damage onto the Thatcher. Thatcher, though, going to stay up and back up onto the stairs. You do see Technet very low. Both players very low. Smoke going to drop another canister as he's down to his last one. And he's going to back up inside bathrooms. He's going to be playing the corners all tight. You see CJ. He has the hold. He's going to find the head of Rampage. Last player standing is Technith to keep his team into this. But that's going to be Zenith as they clutch the round back up. And they win the game 2-0 in this matchup.
And it was much deserved for Zenith. In game number 1, they were able to come back from a deficit, as well as on Clubhouse, where they're able to close out the map itself. Definitely really good things that came out from Zenith Esports so far, at least for themselves. Amnesty have to go back to the drawing board and just look for different strats. I don't know, maybe open up that playbook one more time, rewatch the VOD, and just see what you guys did wrong.
Really looking into how Zenith kind of pulled that back. Their aggression is basically what pressured Amnesty out of all of those sites. You love to see their runouts. You love to see their up close and personal flanks. Their roaming presence was flawless. They played their hearts out. And, you know, you could say the same about Amnesty because they were going pound to pound with Zenith. And on both sides, a commendable effort. Only one team could come out on top, and that was Zenith in this game indeed. But after our break, we will see Ancients Gaming and Honor Esports over on the Rogue Conference side for the semifinals. So everybody, all you Upsurge community fans in chat, just stay tuned as we will be right back after this break. All right, welcome back, Upsurge community, as we're going to be heading into our second best of 3 tonight. It's going to be Ancients Gaming and Honor Esports. And, once again, it's myself, Colin Seymour Moore, and Daniel the Saved One Mena on the mics for your pleasure. Daniel, how are you feeling going into the second matchup?
That was a very intense matchup number 1 that we ended up seeing over from Amnesty and Zenith. If you guys were not here for it, then Zenith were the ones that took the W at the end of the day, 2-0. However, like you just said, we're going on to a brand new series, right? Now we got Ancients Gaming versus Honor Esports, and both of these teams have very high potentials coming into this one. But as for myself, man, I'm chilling. I'm chilling for tonight. This is some awesome Rainbow Six that we are watching. How are you feeling, dude?
Well, as we check out the maps for tonight, I'm feeling good as we check out the maps because this is an interesting matchup. Both
Yep.
teams are kind of higher up, but they're not even. Ancients Gaming is 5-2, and Honor Esports is 4-3. And Ancient is gonna start off with taking Cafe as map 1. Honor Esports wants to go to Villa for map 2, so that's also an interesting map to pick. But the decider, just like last game, it will be Coastline if we make it that far. And Daniel, why don't you run us through about these maps? What are we gonna see for this?
Cafe, very basic stuff. If you guys have never watched Rainbow Six before, then Cafe is very top-down heavy. The 2 hatches in the top of or on the top of Cafe, the building itself, are the main entry points that you'll usually see a lot of teams play from. As well, they'll just make their way down the building if there is other sites that the defenders want to put the bombs on. But most of the time, you'll be seeing a 3rd floor hold. But as for Villa, I feel like Villa's a massive, massive map with a lot of frag potential in a lot of areas of that map. So 2 maps that or at least Villa, we haven't really seen too much Villa over the past couple of weeks, but we get to see a brand new map regardless of what the score is.
Exactly my point, and a couple things to look at into this match as well as we're looking into it. It will be a couple different roster changes on both sides, as Ancients Gaming has recently added Mila and Promolo to their roster, as well as Honor
Mhm.
Esports picking up Exod, who is a former halfway crooks, who are first in the conference as well for the rogue side of it. So I'm
Mhm.
really looking at these roster changes, and will the roster changes make this matchup sloppy, or will they just blow out, and both of these teams are just going to be at each other's throats with these new rosters? Because I'm kind of curious how this will match up.
It is definitely the big possibility here, Colin. We're going to have to see as we actually head on to Cafe itself. We are very, very close to getting into the game, but I am super, super excited as we finally get into this one. There we go. We get to see the beautiful animation. Look at. I'm stuttering. Goodness gracious, Daniel. Look at train as well as fireplace room. It's definitely a sight to see as we're finally going to head into the pick band phase of this map.
And a couple things for this pick ban phase that I want to see. I do want to see Valkyrie get banned out on the defensive side. We see Thatcher get taken out of play, as well as maybe a Capital on attack getting banned out for Cafe. That could also be a big thing to take out. But I want to focus in on the defensive bans. I want to see Valkyrie banned out for this one, as well as a diffuse disruptor, maybe the Maestro or the Echo. But we are gonna see the Buck go by for this ban phase. Honor Esports gonna take him out of play, which I actually I don't mind seeing the Buck out as well. It's a smart
Mhm.
one to take out. It gets rid of a lot of soft breach, which there's plenty of that on Cafe to work with, as well as the Goyo on defense getting banned out as well. And the last one, but how do you feel about that Goyo ban? It's kind of different to me.
I mean, he ended up getting nerfed at some point, right? I believe his shield count went down from 3 to 2. But regardless, he is still a really good operator to pick on a lot of maps just because he provides a whole lot, at least on the top floor of Cafe. He can either hold inside of Christmas or he can put a shield in on like the outside of Red Stairs, whatever that area is called. But regardless, Goyal going to be banned out. I really do like the ban overall. Mira, of course, being banned out as well. A lot of people just don't like to deal with her, which is just simply put. And since she is banned out a whole lot, when she is actually not banned, most teams actually just won't play her just because they don't have the experience on Mira. But let's go through these rosters, Colin. We didn't really do that last time, but we could do that here once again. So over on the orange side, we have Honor Esports. We have Kibs, Dark, Tack, as well as Exode and Phoenix.
And over on the blue side of the map, we do have Ancient Gaming, which in a couple seconds, I will be able to tell you who they are. It's going to be Promolo on that Cade. It's going to be Mozzie being played by Mila. Sergeant Taylor on the Wamai. Keen Minds playing the Jaeger, as well as Fate on the Smoke on that defensive setup. And once again, we will see right off the bat the Wamai Jaeger defensive hold for the side of Ancients Gaming, which, you know, I love to see that, and especially with paired up with the Mozzie and Smoke, it's going to be a lot of denial for Honor Esports to break into this. But even looking at the attackers, though, Daniel, like, how do you feel about their Honor's chance in pushing into this bomb site?
Well, right now they're going to be playing inside of Kitchen, right? And at the root of it, Kitchen is the second site that you go to, I guess, alongside the top floor itself. Usually you like to grab the initial, I guess, round win on the top floor if you are the defending squad. But Ancients Gaming right now are looking at this situation, and they're saying, you know what, we are way more confident inside of Kitchen. Let's just try and take this map W so that we can head on into the third floor and maybe continue that momentum. But to start off the round, Keen Minds with a double kill for himself. 2 headshots across the board with Exode refragging him out.
Taking it back into a 4v3, but excellent job by Keen Minds to focus up and take that opening pick, the run out picks, there, the spawn peaks, going in favor of Ancients Gaming right off the bat, and the advantage right away, not even down to 2 minutes, is in favor of Ancients Gaming. So that's going to be also the IQ and the Jackal out of play on Honor Esports for this attack. So that is going to be an excellent job by Ancients to take those operators off the board. And if I'm Honor already in round 1, I'm worried about this round 1. It's just, oh yeah, it's not something to work with. You got the 2 soft breaches and a hard breach. Not a lot of information to be gained across these 3 operators, unless except for this top-down view from the Sledge that you're getting. So if Sledge can open up with a couple pace from above, really will kind of put his team back into the runnings. But at the moment, Ancients Gaming, their setup is going to be very, very good, very passive, and very strict, I guess you could say.
So far from what we see out of Honor Esports is a very passive attack, and that is super weird to say. But hey, sometimes you have to be playing that passive style of attack in order to finally get into some of these bomb sites. And you see Exo doing this right here, how he wants to get inside of a freezer, but obviously he cannot, or he doesn't have too much hard breach. He does have Kibs if he wants to use that to his advantage, and I'm pretty sure they are, as they finally have sight lines, at least into Kitchen itself. You have to watch out for the rest of Ancients Gaming, because so far from Ancients, like we saw earlier, they were able to pick up a double kill, but there's just so much potential still from Honor Esports to come back in this round and completely wipe their opponents. In a game like Rainbow Six, it's very easy to eliminate your opponents. However, Ancients Gaming coming back now, 1v1 inside of the hallway, tried to spray transfer and wasn't able to do so, but there you go. Ancients Gaming, the defenders, end up winning round number 1.
That was an excellent job by Promolo to kind of pull it back and get a nice double kill at the end there to take their team into the first round win of the game. So round 2 though, Honor Esports, they gotta really pay attention to right off the bat now. They really should have their eyes open for those spawn peaks, because they can't let Keen Minds do that again. They can't go down early just like they did last time. But we do see already a little bit of a change. Nomad can be played on the Phoenix. It's a big pick, I'd say, and it's going to be very important, as Keen Minds already played the aggression card, so Nomad's going to be picked right away.
The one thing we didn't see in the last series was actually Nomad using her Nomad charges in a lot of this, a lot of the defending situation, or a lot of the attacking situations. Now, we have to watch for Phoenix. Is he able to actually play Nomad to her maximum potential? Because so far, from other teams in the amateur scene, we have not seen Nomad too much. However, Phoenix can actually change that for us here as we head into this next round, like you were saying. I also want to bring up a very quick point. You were the one that did the research on this, so I got to give credit to you. These two teams have fought each other before, with Agents Gaming taking the one map 7-4. So we're already kind of seeing Agents Gaming come up with their own advantage.
Excellent thing to put up. I actually forgot about that there, but yeah, that's a good thing to look out for as well. As as Ancients Gaming, they have been through the ringer with this with Honor Esports, and they came out on top in this, so they're probably feeling good about this as well. Even with the new changes to their roster, they're looking like they fit in very comfortably with each other. So now it's going to be Honor Esports looking to tie it up 1-1, but Ancients Gaming, after that first round win, they looked like they were just solid and ready for the semi-final game. But now, Exod and Co are going to be set up on the roof to open up the hatch and get into this, because we are holding on to that third floor bomb sites for both sides, and usually you do see that as the first one, for the first bomb site being held, and Phoenix is walking on the spot. Might be seeing a little bit of a disconnect from him. And it's going to be mid-round in the action phase as well, so I don't think they can call a rehost either just yet. So we're going to see Honor Esports playing at the player disadvantage in 1 minute and 40 or 50 seconds left in this round.
Oh, there he is. He returned, but he's not allowed back in the round. It's unfortunate. We'll definitely see him come back here in the next round. But as for the rest of Honor, they still got to keep playing, man. It doesn't matter if one of your members DC'd. You still got to keep your same strats as well. You just have to adjust at that. But so far, coming out of Agents, they're holding the defense almost perfectly. However, EXO just says no and is able to take out one. Now Honor actually brings it back to a 3v3. So Honor Esports are able to slowly claw their way back in the round and make it at least even.
At least even indeed, as Tack had that nice swing around to find that pickup, but Fake gonna push in. Exod gonna find the trade out 2v2. And we're gonna see a player in bathrooms. He's actually gonna get taken out by Exod. He's actually popping off. He's on a triple kill right now. They are gonna look to drop the diffuser on Kib, but Kib is gonna be spotted out immediately. So diffuser is down. We're in a 1v1. Mila and Exod. Exod looking for that quad kill. Mila looking for that clutch up. And it will be just a stalemate between the two, as Exod is getting pinged off on both sides. He's going to jump through bathrooms. He's going to get around into piano room. Mila has to be careful about the back flank here. And I know that Exod saw that Evil Eye, so he doesn't want to be caught off by the information if Mila hops onto the cams there. But 14 seconds left. Exod's going to have to put the pressure on. Mila waiting there. It's going to connect with the head off of the shoulders, clutching up in a nice 1v2. And that's the new kid on the block on the roster, clutching up to send Ancients Gaming to a 2-0 lead.
And what I want to quickly say is that his positioning in the last seconds of the round was just so incredibly clean. What you ended up seeing there is he knew that Exod was on a complete killing spree. So he was going to be playing aggressive regardless of the situation that he was in, right? The momentum was there, the adrenaline was there, so he did not want to play slow. However, Mila ended up playing super passive, and that is the big thing to take away from that round, is that Mila played very passive on the top floor, just wanted to stall out as much time as possible and didn't want to show himself. And he was able to take that round win for his team and not allow Exod to pop off.
And continuing the cycle into the bomb sites, we're now going to be holding on to the second floor. Because we're going to be holding, I think they're in library and I think dining room, dining hall. And it's going to be a couple changes on both sides. You do see a Capital coming out on the side of Honor Esports, as well as a Pulse on the side of Ancients and a Legion on the side of Ancients, mixed up with a Mute played by Fate. So Fate getting off that smoke, moving over to the Mute. I do like that pickup because Mute has just been so good in this, I guess you could say, meta of Rainbow Six. That's just purely just information created, picked up by drones. So the Mute's going to be denying a lot of that information that could be found. But right off the bat, Honor Esports, they're just rushing in. They're running in with a drone, clearing the way, checking the corners for them. So they're already pushed up into mining room. They're going to push into train. This might be a nice 1v1 coming on board with the Pulse. He's going to find that kill. It's going to be Prof Below traded out 1-to-1. Tack going to get that kill to pull it back to even. And they do have control of train now on Honor Esports, but it's not really the biggest site to hold because most players are going to be playing off of that dining room train side of the bomb sites. So if we can see Honor Esports get in there, drop the diffuser, and get out, it will be a very good setup to be on that post-plant positions because there's nobody really on Ancients Gaming to contest that dining room except for Fate, who's above. And now it's going to be just a stalemate between the two. Daniel, how do you feel about this right now?
Right. In a lot of these cases, you have to watch out for the players that ended up falling early on in the round. Exod ended up falling, but he was the main member of Honor Esports that was absolutely popping off in the last round. Now, someone has to fill his shoes, but a 1v1 goes down, and that is going to be Legion as well. Phoenix, he finally comes back from the dead, which is just the DC, and is now in the match, and he's absolutely popping off as well. But it's a couple of kills that go over onto the side of Ancients Gaming. So far, it looks like they really, really want that W, and they're going to be able to do so. Even though Dark was on the outside of the window, you saw the different angles that came down onto him. It was the bottom floor as well as it could have been a run out if they wanted to jump out of the window itself. But no, they trusted in their team, and that's also going to be the defuse that came through from Fate. Ancients Gaming once again take another round here on Cafe.
Excellent job for that retake from Ancients Gaming. You really like to see their setup off of the bomb site and just that comfortable hold to pick it right back up. But now we head to the first floor kitchen service, first floor kitchen cooking area. And it's going to be a Cade coming out, as well as the Wamai Jaeger being pulled right back into this. So just a mirror matchup of the composition that they had the first time they were attacking this. Even on the other side, the attacker side. Well, you're pretty excited to see it. I don't know if I have to say it for you, but they're going to be taking out a Dokkaebi.
Yes, sir, Colin. Yes, sir. I always love to see the Dokkaebi, just because of the way that she plays. I feel like she is just so incredibly different than all of the other operators in the game, right? Like there's obviously no other operator that makes you kind of freak out in the way that she does. I guess there's Lion, there's Jackal, you know, there's obviously those. But other than that, getting a call from your mom in the middle of the game, what can be more scarier than telling her that you can't press pause?
One thing to really look at from the Dokkaebi though is that he's gonna be running the semi-auto assault rifle, like the main primary weapon. And I honestly, if I was Honor Esports, I don't think that's really the gun to kind of attack first floor with. But I'm open for people to prove me wrong on that one. But over on the side of Ancients Gaming, they actually 6-picked the Wamai to the Wamai. So Honor Esports doesn't really know that they're running the Wamai technically. I mean, they do, but yeah, they could be aware that the 6-pick might have changed that up. Wamai going to be standing up inside the corridor with his gadgets, his stoppers. But now it will be the attack phase underway. Honor Esports looking for the first round on the map in the game, but that's not a way to start off. Prof Malo on that Cade is gonna find the opening kill onto Exod, dropping the sledge down right away with a nice crisp headshot.
I also loved his strategy there. He was able to get one kill and then just try for one more. And when he finally could not get it, he was able to back up from his situation and then reset onto another part of the map. However, inside of Bar, there's a 1v1 going on. Mila, which was the superstar of round number 2, is now facing one more opponent. It's going to be Dark, I believe, is on the other side here. As well as C4 goes into the main lobby itself. Not going to catch anybody out, but a 1v1 goes down. Mila, with the headshot onto Dark, does take him out. Mila, finally with one kill.
And now, that was an excellent bait out, by the way. That C4 to push him out of that corner, and then just takes the gunfight and finds the kill. Looking for the second, though. Is he going to find it? No, he will not find it. And it's going to be Kibbs on the back. Going to find a kill onto Prof Malo, but Phoenix, he finds the second onto Sargent. It's going to be a 3-on-3, but Mila's not done yet, though. He's going to find one. He's going to find a triple kill. Mila popping off on the bar, trying to show off that superstar flex once again. Now having a 1v1, going to challenge that Dokkaebi. Last one standing on the side of Honor Esports in this round. It's going to be a 3v1. Going to call their phones and let her know where they are. It's going to be a little bit of a disruption on the side of them, but they're going to be stacked up. 2 players on bar. It's going to be peeking out. Mila going to be holding his ground. Peeking side to side. Diffuser was picked up by the Dokkaebi.
Nice
going to peek out. That's the head found at a 4K for Mila. Crazy plays to clutch that one up.
Ran across the bar, and just the sliver of the foot that you saw from Dokkaebi was able to allow Mila to pick up a quad kill for himself. Oh my goodness. That is how you play Rainbow Six. That's how you hold a sight. Amazing stuff coming out of Mila. Oh my goodness.
That was disgusting play around the bar, though. Just peeking side to side, playing the heady angles and finding those pickups on each player and pulling it back, because it was just a very good job by Honor to kind of bring it into a 3v3. But Mila holding the ground of bar, holding on to that site, bringing them to a 4-0 lead, guaranteeing the advantage when they switch sides. Now, will Honor Esports pull it back to a 4-2, or will it be just Ancients pulling away with this one? And I know I did see in chat somebody called for a rehost, but I'm not sure as the rules right now. And our observer, Yeti, gonna be letting it know, if you want to rehost, you gotta leave. So now we do see all of Ancients Gaming dropping out of the server.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be a rehost.
Yeah. So at the end of that, it was 4-0 for Ancients Gaming. Honor Esports have to slowly claw their way back, and we've seen it time and time again with Zenith. So if there are any Honor fans in the chat, do not fret whatsoever, because we've seen it before time and time again. Ancients Gaming, though, for the time being, have been on top, at least for the first 4 rounds. On the back of Mila, you were telling me I guess even chat was telling us that Mila is a brand new player. So obviously something is clicking with this player and the rest of the team.
And honestly, usually you do see some players kind of they get put into the roster, and then all of a sudden it's just like it just doesn't mix well. But it's very good to see the new players kind of mold into the roster and just silky smooth, just playing it out like that, clutching up rounds, feeling like they've been playing with this roster for months and months. But it looks so nice on the side of Ancients Gaming. And on the side of Honor, they've made roster change too. Exod has been getting shut down all game for the side of Honor Esports. And if you're them, I mean, we saw it last game. It's not over till it's over. So you got to keep their heads up and keep going in this round.
Yeah. I mean, so far from what we've seen out of Ancients Gaming, it's been nothing but clean work, right? I don't think that we've seen, unless I'm mistaken, we haven't seen a close round yet. Oh, there was the 1v1, but that was about it, right, in round number 2. But other than that, Honor Esports, I think that in order to create a storyline for themselves on coming back, they need to show signs of what can become a really good team. And so far, out of Honor Esports, the only one to really show that they are a fragger is Exod, right? He's been playing, I believe, the sledge this whole entire time and has been really doing some amazing work. But so far, the rest of the team, they just almost kind of seem like 4 supports and Exod, unless I'm completely wrong.
It seems like that indeed, and just waiting to hear from there's how it's going on the side of pulling this all back together. But at the moment, I haven't really heard anything right now. But
Mhm.
going into this match up into the other rounds, what do you want to see Honor Esports kind of change up any strats?
I think so far they've been playing kind of weird. They've been getting picked off a lot in the very early parts of each round. I don't know if it's their drone economy or if it's like their different strats on getting into the building itself, but for some reason, something is just not clicking within their team. I think you were even saying back in that last round that Dokkaebi was not the answer, and I have to agree, is that she just wasn't really working on that front. The other thing that kind of surprised me is that 3 members of Honor Esports wanted to enter in through the front of Cafe, which you usually don't see on Cafe. Usually you'll see a top-down approach, and that is just textbook style. Go through the top, clear out the 3rd floor, even if they're on the 1st floor, even if the bombs are inside of kitchen, clear out the top floor, go down onto the 2nd floor to catch out any roamers, and then finally enter through freezer, enter through the side of the building where there's another entrance into bakery. And that is textbook. But Honor Esports are trying to pull something out, and they're trying to show us, It's almost kind of like a kid at show and tell, right? Here's my thing. And it's nothing too impressive. It's the train that Timmy has brought 10 weeks in a row. Honor Esports, you got to do better.
Excellent analogy to kind of show up what could be happening, could be fixed on the side of esports. I couldn't agree more. I think everything that you pointed out there was just an excellent takeaway from what they're doing. And even on Ancients Gaming side, they've looked so comfortable. And even on their library hold, their library dining hall hold, it was just they gave up the site. Yeah, the diffuser got planted, but they weren't panicked. They didn't do anything.
Yeah.
They just fragged their way back onto the site. They just took their angles and took their time. They look so composed and so comfortable, even with their new roster, the new pickups, and everything just looks to be running smoothly. And when they do feel like there's been some pressure on their defensive setup, they've been making changes. They've been making sure
Yeah.
that they're not stale in their strats, and they're making sure that Honor Esports just meets a different Ancients Gaming every time they push into it. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, for the side of Honor, it's just there's a lot that you have to work on if you want to pull this back. I mean, maybe they're gonna surprise us on defense. Maybe it's just they're not feeling their attack right now on Cafe.
Right.
But at the moment, it just doesn't look like a lot to go off of for this Honor roster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been a lot of cases where Honor Esports, they've shown small sites of potential, right? Agents Gaming, though, they're coming up very strong, very, very strong within this match itself. But we just got word from our producers that we're going to be starting up very, very soon, as there was a small rehost. But just to remind you guys of what the score is and everything, if you guys are just tuning in, you're watching Agents Gaming versus Honor Esports in a best of 3 in the Rogue Conference playoffs. Whoever wins this goes on to the next round. However, it is 0-0 in terms of the maps. This first map that we are playing on is Cafe. As well, it's 4-0 so far for Agents Gaming, and we are finally back into this match.
And now it's going to be Ancients Gaming heading to the 3rd floor bar cocktail lounge hold, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of a change up. I called it, but they shut that down right away. I thought they were going to take the Echo out on that 6 pick, but they headed right back to the Cade on the side of Ancients Gaming. We do see a mute smoke setup, and I'm curious to see where they set up this mute. I want that Jaeger. I want the Jaeger and the smoke to kind of get that bathroom pixel setup going. I know that's a very tough angle to work if you're the attackers, and it's just such a powerful angle to hold on the defensive side. So I really do want to see Ancients Gaming set up some kind of peak on that pixel side and some support for it as well. But last time we were holding this, it was down to a 1v1. Actually, it was a 2v1, and it was Mila who clutched up. So I'm curious to see how this one turns out this time.
And I feel like the one main thing that I think about when I think about Christmas Room is that type of setup, right? Over by Pixel, where you have a shield set up for yourself and you are the main scouter of the team, right? There's a bunch of drones that get wasted because you are there, and you almost kind of are in a suicide-like spot, but you're not guaranteed to die in that area. By Pixel, if you guys don't know what Pixel is, then there's a bench on inside of Christmas Room on the entrance into White Hallway, but there's going to be no one actually sitting there just yet, as the rest of Honor need to get into this building, and they're going to start on the top floor, as well as a couple of shots being shot into Christmas Room.
Couple of shots coming close to those ancient players, but nothing to worry about as you have Keen Minds on the run out. He's detected. Will he get out unscathed? He's going to break into the VIP corridor. He has to be careful. Now they know where he's going to be set up. They know where he's planting, but he got that kill. He got the run out, and he got out back in without taking any damage or any pressure right back. On the side of Honor Esports, though, you do have the Zofia. They're on site. They're putting shots down into Christmas Room, but that's going to be Phoenix going down to the Kate of Prof Malo. As he's going to look for the second, but he's traded off, and it's going to be Fate finding that pick onto Exxon. Keen Minds picks Kibbs, and it's going to be Ancients Gaming shutting down Honor Esports post-rehost like it was nothing.
That was the exact same Ancients that we have seen throughout this whole entire game, this time with a little bit more synergy, right? When Honor Esports were able to frag out back in round number 2, all of Ancients basically fell. This time, though, only one of them fell, I believe, and the rest of the team were able to stay alive. Amazing stuff coming out of Ancients so far on that top floor hold. Now they're going back on down to Reading and Fireplace with basically the same comp. However, there is a castle just kind of rolled into the mix.
Castle rolled into the mix, and that's nothing to be worried about. I like the castle pickup. I always love seeing a castle come out. I think it's a very, I think castles need to be used more on some bomb sites. It just shuts down certain angles and forces the attackers to use utility that they usually wouldn't have to use entering into the buildings. We're going to be holding on to the dining hall and the library once again. And last time we saw Ancients Gaming hold on to this, it was just comfort as they let Honor Esports get onto the bomb site. They let them plant the diffuser, and they just comfortably pushed back in and retook with ease. So will it happen again? It's up to Honor Esports, because last time we did see them attack. We did see them attack swiftly. They got into train, they got their trade, they picked 1 for 1, and they got control of that bomb site. Will it happen again? I mean, it's up to the round to see how that turns out, but there will be a couple roamers on Ancients to look out for. Daniel, how do you feel about this?
Right now, Honor Esports are kind of roaming all across, like you just said. And so far, it's not that bad. Usually when you do hold Train and Fireplace, you're not holding the second floor. Maybe you'll hold, maybe 1 or 2 people will hold the second floor. However, for the rest of the team, you're on that 3rd floor. And you're just completely roaming, and you're trying to shut down your opponents that think they have an easy way into the building. And so far from what we see out of Honor Esports, they have not gotten in just yet. So Ancients Gaming doing a 3-2 split, 3 on the top floor, 2 in the middle. And they're just trying to hold their opponents however they can, right? They've already wasted 1 minute on the clock, which is definitely really good, and Ancients Gaming can already be safe about that. The only thing is that Honor Esports, they need to get into this building, and they usually do so by 1 minute in.
Right away, this defense of Ancients Gaming, they're not giving Honor Esports anything to work with at all. They're playing their roams, they're just playing the time. They're making sure that they waste as much time as they can for Honor Esports to work with. As this clear is going to be starting to get worked from the Honor side. It is a flashbang going to connect with Sergeant Taylor. He's going to be blind for a bit. Dark opening up with the first pick onto Keen Minds. It's an important one indeed. It's going to be a run out from Sergeant. He's going to go for the wide, but it's not going to pick it up. But Fate and Profit, they're going to get two. Kibs going to refrag that, and it's going to be a 3v2. A lot of damage onto Dark. A lot of damage done to all three players of Honor Esports. So it's not over yet for Ancients. We've seen Mila clutch up. We've seen Prof Malo do some damage. Both of these players are new to the roster, and both of them are dangerous to look out for on the side of Honor. But this is probably the best chance that we've seen Honor get to take the attacking round. And we do see Prof Malo go for that rotation. Mila gonna open up with the first pick, make it a 2v2. Gonna spray along, gonna get flanked by the player into storage room, but it's gonna just be Mila sitting comfortable. It's gonna be Mila getting a triple kill on the site and clutching it up for a 6-0 half on Ancients Gaming.
Ancients Gaming taking the round by storm, and they're completely dominating their opponents right now. Now that the sides have swapped, I don't know what changes, but Mila, this dude's coming into the squad and saying, you know what? I want my turn on camera, and is picking up triple kills in a round. He's clutching up other ones. When Ancients Gaming are in the dark, Mila is there as the shining light, absolutely dominating his opponents.
Mila at the end there clutched the two kills at the end with just 5 health left on a sliver of life. It was insane. Absolutely nuts plays from the new players on the roster. But now the sides are going to switch, Daniel, like we stated before, and it's going to be Honor on the defense. What do you think of this this lineup of operators for Honor Esports?
Honor Esports, I was gonna say Operator Esports. Honor Esports right now, they're running the Jaeger Wamai. You touched on it very, very early. I know that Legion also ended up getting nerfed at some point, even though he's still very annoying. I feel like a lot of people use his goo mines, not because they deal a lot of damage, just because they're annoying to deal with, right? Of course, you can't see which goo mine ended up going off if you don't have complete sights on it, but you can still hear which goo mine goes off, right? If out of your right ear you hear a goo mine, then hey, you might want to rush that player because he could be taking the needle out of his foot. And I feel like that's exactly why you want to play Legion, just for the annoyance of that operator. As well, you have the mute doing mute-like things, just stopping all of the drones from actually getting into the building itself. We're gonna have to see how Honor Esports are able to defend the point itself. Because if you look over on Ancients Gaming, they have a very weird comp on their hands. They got the Gridlock and they have the Ash.
You know, the Gridlock is a curious one indeed, but I don't know if you remember in game 1 of the last game, Zenith and Amnesty, we did see that final sudden death round of attack. The Gridlock came out and Zenith was able to sweep Amnesty Gaming from their defensive hold on Consulate. So maybe the Gridlock's a little bit of a surprise pick coming out on Fate. Maybe he's feeling a little bit comfortable, but that was questionable what I just saw there, and that was an IQ with an iron sight. Which is just something that you normally never ever see in Rainbow Six. And I'm curious on why Mila's going to be running iron sights, because it's just so much better to not have iron sights.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if Mila pops off, then I guess the people that don't like iron sights are proved. Exactly. Someone said in chat he's gonna ace. But in the midst of all of that, Kibs and Sergeant Taylor themselves go 1-for-1 apiece. Now Phoenix is the one to go down as well. Honor Esports, it's 4-3 so far here in this round. Ancients Gaming are absolutely popping off on their rush into this building, as they do also want to continue that rampage. Kibs trying to rotate around. Frag goes off.
Frag goes off, and it's going to take away from some of the Gridlock spikes on the ground, but it's going to be a 3v4 setup inside kitchen. Exot has the nitro cell pulled, and he's going to try to go for it, but it's not going to connect, and he actually goes down. to the flank. Mila gonna find that one, but it's traded 1-for-1. Mila gonna go down. Sergeant Taylor gonna find Kibbs, and it's gonna be a 1v3. Last player standing is gonna be the Womai. It's gonna be Dark, but he's not gonna find it, and that's a 7-0 Cafe win for Ancients Gaming.
The rest of Ancients are in the chat right now. Good halves all across with the flawless victory, 7-0. Never thought we would expect that, but who knows what Ancients Gaming pulled out of their back pocket. We saw how earlier in the season, Ancients versus Honor, it was 7-4 for Ancients that ended up winning. But now with the inclusion of Mila, it's a completely different team. Ancients, Honor, game number 1 on Cafe, 7-0.
And that was also Ancient's pick for the map as well, so you can see why they picked that one. They felt really comfortable into that, but if you covered onto game 2 already, game 2 will be Villa before the break. But everybody on the other side, everybody on the Upsurge community and chat, stay tuned for some more for game 2 of Ancients Gaming versus Honor Esports after this break. right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the second matchup of the night of Ancients Gaming and Honor Esports. Ancients at the moment in the lead 1-0 after a 7-0 dominant win on Cafe. And once again, it is myself, Colin Seymour Moore, and Daniel the Saved One Mana as your casters. Daniel, why don't you run us through how you feel about this matchup right now?
Yeah, right now, Ancients Gaming are playing an amazing game so far of Rainbow Six. This is exactly how Rainbow Six is supposed to be played. And I was just reading chat in the off game, and Ancients Gaming apparently have put a whole lot of effort, blood, sweat, tears into making this roster the absolute best that they can. And it is really starting to pay off. Sometimes, if you remove just one player or a couple of players, then the whole entire team and the organization just looks like a brand new org. Definitely really good stuff to the coach as well as the CEO of Ancients Gaming. You guys are always much more credible. But as for this game in general, we're going to be heading into Villa. So Ancients Gaming, Honor Esports, they played Cafe. It was a dominant 7-0 sweep. We don't have to say that anymore. But as for Villa, I feel like it might be just a little bit closer. And why I say that is because there are multiple strats in order to take a bomb site, in order to get into the Villa building itself as well. There's a lot of nooks and crannies that can be exploited if you're playing on attack or even on defense. But as we head into the actual banning phase itself, Colin, just run us through this.
Well, you know, right away, typical, you see the Thatcher get banned out. You want to deny any easy hard breach that could come on board with these teammates. For a map like Villa, it's a little bit more of a question mark because you don't see it played as much in what we're used to. You know, the collegiate league. You know, they don't like to play Villa that much, but we are going to see Nomad, and basically a really good pick for the attacking side, taking the Nomad out, making sure there's not many air jabs or no air jabs to worry about because Villa's it's more of an aggressive map even for the defending side because it's so big. You have to really spread out, and to have no echo or no nomad there, it's really going to be a very good operator to take out to make sure that you can be aggressive on the defensive side, along with Echo being banned out on the defense. So that's going to be just less of a less diffuse disruption to worry about on the Echo, as well as his SMG is out of play too. I know, and nobody likes to go up against that. And Mira, the typical duo that you usually see banned out on defense, is back for Villa. Daniel, how are you feel about these four?
Yeah, so far we've seen a lot of Nomad in the hands of, I believe it was Honor. I believe they were the ones that were heavily picking Nomad, so it's kind of interesting to see them ban out their own operator. Maybe they just know that Ancients love to play Nomad on this map, but regardless, very standard stuff in terms of the Thatcher, in terms of Echo, as well as Mira, but it leaves open a whole lot of possibilities for some other operators to slip through the cracks. And one I always love to see is the Maestro. Mila on Maestro was a huge one that we were talking about before. As well, Mute Mozzie. I know that you get super excited when you see Mute Mozzie, so you must be happy there.
Well, I mean, like you just gotta remember that so much information can be gained because of how important it is for the drones to be used, and just a mute can stop that, and a Musi can turn that information back on the defender's side. So it's a very just amazing duo to set up on the operator side, and they work so well together. I don't see why you wouldn't want to run it in certain scenarios, especially on a huge map like Villa. It's gonna really pay out, I feel, for the side of Ancients Gaming. But on the side of Honor Esports, I just want to kind of paint the picture a little bit. They were down 7-0 last map, and they really have to start to bring their momentum early. So I really want to see them just trying to do everything they can to bring their spirits back up and kind of pull it back right away, because 7-0 doesn't feel too good. The one thing that's in their favor right now is that Villa is their map pick. And now we see 2 minutes and 50 seconds are ticking down on the board. It's time for round one of Villa. Daniel, why don't you take it away from me?
Yeah, let's do it. So as we get into this map, so far the drones are actually going to be going out onto the map itself, or at least onto the second floor. The bomb site is on that same floor as well. So they're starting on one side of the building and trying to get to the other as we finally head into the more action type of phase. 1 minute has gone down on the clock, and this is usually the intel phase of each of these maps. However, H&R wants to get onto this map. No, sorry, that's TAC. TAC wants to get into the action, but Agents are able to stop him. It's Keen Minds that is able to do so.
Keen Minds. You know, he did it last round. Round 1 on Cafe, he got a double kill spawn peek to pull it in favor of Ancients. And right away in this round 1, he wants to take Honor Esports down even more, and he wants to open it up with the first kill of himself, making it a double kill as he takes Phoenix down to and it's a 5-on-3 now in round 1. Ancients Gaming have Honor Esports by the throat after game 1, and it doesn't look like they want to let go. As we really need to see Ancients or Honor Esports pull it back here. That's a start as Kib takes out Sergeant Taylor. That's going to be the opening pick right back to pull it back to a 3v4. And there's plenty of time to work with. 1 minute, 20 seconds left, but that's not what you want to go for. The Buck going down and a C4 going to take out Kibs as well. So it's just going to be a 1v4 now, as Dark is the last player standing on that IQ. All the information going towards him. The Evil Eye tagging him from behind. He's going to find the head of Prof Malo. Try to take that Evil Eye out. He's very low on health. Has to play this carefully because everything is against him right now. And Mila trying to get that impact nade through the drone hole, but it's not going to connect. Dark is just trying. He's just getting toyed with now. This is not fair.
Yeah, I personally can't deal with Evil Eyes, so I have no idea how they're doing it. However, Mila, through the drone hole, is able to take out Dark at the end of that one. Even in chat, he says, leave me alone. Mila says, no way, Jose. As now Honor Esports have, Agents Gaming have taken 1 round.
That was evil. That was evil from the Evil Eye.
Yeah.
You know, like even Dark is like, he doesn't like that. He's angry. He's after that one. Use that anger.
How can you
use that anger and turn it into frags, Dark. As we do see Ancients Gaming going up 1-0 after this one. We're going to head to the trophy room, statuary room, and it's going to be a couple changes on the operator sides for Ancients Gaming. They're going to have a castle this time. You know, you love to see the castle. I'm going to stop myself right there. It's a Monty pickup on the Honor side. Daniel, how do you feel about seeing Monty on the map?
I mean, when you see it in collegiate, don't want to be harsh. I'm trying not to be harsh. When you see it in collegiate, it means that a player is very supportive. Very supportive. And I use that term harshly. Mainly because maybe they don't have too much faith in Kibbs. Or they've been playing the Monty and Scrims. Kibbs has been playing very aggressive operators up until this point. And you can play Monty if your team knows how to synergize with Monty. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this pick. The only other time that I've seen it is when you just don't trust one of your teammates, and it's like, dude, just go on Monty, man. You're like, you're not doing any work. But maybe this is just what Iron is, I guess.
Well, the one thing to really look at, I don't like this Monty pick solely because if you look at the Honor side, there's no hard breach to break into the site. There's plenty of soft breach. You know, you got the Ash, you got the Buck, you even got IQ for some breaching charges, but there's no hard breach to go in and to break him into the site. But you know, if you can get Monty onto the site, sure enough, he is gonna have diffuser. He can just turn around, use his shield to help him safely get the plant down. But I don't like this Monty pickup if there's no hard breach to work him into the site, especially the sites like Trophy Room, Statuary Room, because it's going to be harder to break into it than it already is. So sites are already set onto the Monty. He's going to be pinged off, and the Evil Eye is going to shoot some drones. And now it's time for Ancients Gaming to start their retake of this. Just work around that Monty shield, get the picks around him, and isolate that shield. Sergeant Taylor is going to open up with the first kill. That's going to be the C4, taking away that Monty right away. So already the strat is just broken open on Honor Esports side. It's going to be Prof Malo. He's going to look for the second pickup, the second interaction, but he's going to take too much damage, and he's going to go down to Dark, getting his revenge after that last round when he was in a 1v4. It's going to be tied up 4-on-4 on the map. Set up for this round. And then it's going to be 2 players in advantage on Ancients Gaming. Going to send it to a 4v2. Tack and Dark going to be shut down. And it's a 2v4. We do see another interaction come out. It's going to be the Monty getting dropped by Phoenix. The Jackal putting in some work on the side of Honor. Pulls it back to a 2v3, but that close interaction's not enough. And he's not ready for it. Diffuser's dropped. It's going to be Exot pulling it back into a 2v1. He's got to work this one a little bit slowly. He's got 56 seconds to get onto the site. And Fate, with that shotgun onto the mute, is going to be really aggressive into this. But at the moment, it's not a lot to work with if you're Exile, because Diffuser is going to be dropped inside bathrooms. And if I am Ancients Gaming, I don't know. If I have the sight set on that Diffuser, it's just going to be easier for you to isolate this player. So now it's going to be Mila and Fate to clutch up in this 2v1, and I think they both have an idea where he's going to be coming from. They're going to nade him out onto one side. They're going to peek it. Exod trying to get out with his life, do some damage, but he's going to rotate around and find a different way. He's got 15 seconds to work with. Shotguns outcocked and loaded. He's going to get those shots off, but it's going to be the Buck coming out on top with Peeker's advantage. Mila, he's been here before. He's done this once, and he's going to be in a 1v1, looking to clutch up, putting some damage down onto the Buck, and he's going to find the 1v1. Mila coming out with the clutch for the second round win of Ancients Gaming.
Mila wanted to predict on the left side was where Buck was going to go, but no, it was straight through the door because the Diffuser had to go down at that point. But Mila still able to clutch the situation right up. The LMG that came from Maestro was just way too good. Now, Mila switching on over to Cade. The whole entire roster out of Ancients Gaming is now looking at a different situation.
This is it's just one way to look at it, that is just locking down the site and isolating the players that they need to isolate. They had sights on the Monty immediately. They pinged him off. You saw Sergeant Taylor rotated underneath, and he got that C4 down, and taking out the shield just disrupts that whole strat right away. And it's just something you can't work with if you have no just breach into the site that they had. They had no hard breach to work with. They had no way to. It was just the Monty was just stuck in a doorway. Like, there's not a whole lot to work with if you're Monty getting stuck in a doorway with an Evil Eye pinning you down. And so excellent job by Ancients Gaming to isolate that strat and kind of tear it apart.
Right, and we have to watch out for the different comps that come out of Honor throughout this whole match, because the Monty just simply doesn't work, man. Like, I know, like, just try another operator, right? At this point, it's gonna be the third. So they took your advice, Colin. So I guess you were ultimately right on the assumption that you need some hard breach in order to get onto a site, and they're gonna do that using the thermite, which is awesome, right? They have some soft breach as well out of the sledge. You have the Buck that loves to play those floor advantages for yourself, and to top it all off, Tack is playing Ash. So amazing stuff all across the board that's coming out from Honor. They just have to execute these comms perfectly. They were able to get kind of close in the last round, but weren't able to close it off.
At the moment, Ancients Gaming are sitting 9-0 in this matchup against Honor Esports. They have yet to find a round win on the orange side of this matchup, but you know, anytime they could turn this around, they would work with it. That's going to be opening pick in favor of Dark as he takes out Keen Minds. That's a huge pick, as usually it's the other way around. I'm curious as to this pick onto the Ella. I just kind of I just kind of clicked into my head that, hey, they're playing Ella. But I do like how aggressive that Ella is, and that's how I usually like to see an Ella set up, because the Grismop mines don't concuss for very long. So usually you want to get that Grismop mine to concuss a player and instantly charge that player for the pick. And it's usually a really good way to isolate one player. But that's a second pick going out from Exod. It's going to take Honor Esports to a 5-on-3. And it's a dangerous waters to be working with if you're Ancients Gaming, but this is time for Fate to kind of push in and work some magic, but he's going to be instantly picked off. Mila taking out Exod, trying to do his best to keep it going, but it's not going to look bright for the side of Ancients for this, and this could possibly be Honor's first round win.
Yeah, Honor so far has been playing a very aggressive round here on the bomb site itself. I love how they're able to rotate all across this site, and they're able to finally get their opponents and really, really choke them out. Now it's all up to Sergeant as well as Mila to get onto these sites and start to frag out. The only problem is this is what happens. Phoenix with a headshot onto Sergeant Taylor. This could be Honor's first round for themselves as the diffuser is now going down.
Woo! Mila gonna open up with the first kill, make it a double kill for himself. He does have just under half health, but you know, Mila's done crazier things, and the health on the side of Honor isn't looking too bright to work with, so this is totally clutchable. He does find the third. Triple kill for Mila. He's gonna rotate around, look for the other one, pulls out the secondary. Rotates around the doorway. 21 seconds to work with on this defuse. He picks the wrong angle, and that's going to be Honor Esports picking up their first round win. But Mila not making it comfortable at all. And honestly, it's just like a big thing to look at. That's Honor Esports. It's maybe a little bit of a momentum to work with finally.
Exactly. Honor, they need to start to slowly crawl their way back, and they're going to be doing it by holding bomb sites that they know how to hold. You could clearly see that they were way more synergized on that hold, and it was really all up to the operators that they were able to pick for themselves, as well as the angles they were able to hold. Finally shutting down Mila was absolutely massive. Now, the big thing that we need to touch on is the 6-pick switch from the Maestro over to the Pulse. I need to ask you, because you've been asking me this whole time, what do you think about this 6-pick?
What do I think about this 6-pick? Which player got 6 picks? My bad.
It was Maestro. Okay, so Mila ended up locking in Maestro, and then Pulse was 6-pick.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I always like to see Pulse get picked off. Sorry, I looked away for 1 second to get a drink of water, and of course that's when I needed my attention to be here. But Mila, you know, picking up that Pulse, I love to see it, and I want to see how you set up the the angling of your cardiac sensor, because you know, even though it's a big map, there's a lot of cheeky angles that you can hold on an operator like Pulse.
Right. Definitely. So we have to watch out to see how Pulse is utilized here in this round. Can they actually utilize, like Colin said, in terms of the bottom up strategy, as well as can they use the cardiac sensor to their advantage and start getting off the communication if they need to? It's going to have to be seen throughout this round as we start round number 4, as 30 seconds have already gone down on the clock itself, and the rest of Honor Esports are slowly looking at a glimmer of hope as they ended up taking round number 3 almost decisively, and now they can slowly start their comeback potential.
Here we do see the setup of Ancients Gaming. Played a little bit more defensively inside the vault, and the setup could pick apart this Honor Esports attack very well, especially with that Pulse kind of watching every angle. But now Honor Esports, they're going to open up that windowsill. Keen Mind's going to look for the kill onto that player, but not going to find it. They're going to be playing on the similar sides. A lot of information gained from the Pulse, but Keaton Mines on that pixel peak, not able to come out on top. It's going to be Tack finding the kill, finding the headshot. Nice C4 from Mila. It's not going to connect with anything. Sergeant Taylor making a 4-on-4, basically bringing it even. Just a little bit of damage on either side. And it's going to be Honor Esports looking to pull back from this one. They're looking to tie it up. How will they do it, Daniel?
They are slowly crawling their way back, like we've said multiple times now, with a 4v4 situation on their hands. It looks like Honor need to get onto this site. The only problem is that the rest of Ancients, they are holding the site down absolutely perfectly. However, there are holes or cracks in the cement. Exo is able to take out Mila, one of the star players of Ancients Gaming. It's definitely something that you want to see, as Kibbs is also placing down the diffuser. 1v1 situation going down. Sergeant Taylor goes down, or is able to get a kill for himself, as Exo grabs his second here of the round, and now it's kills all across the map. Fate onto Dark. Now Fate in a 1v2 situation. One of them is knocked down. It's going to be Phoenix, as Exo is now planting.
If they drop this diffuser, it could be potential to clutch up for this 1v1,
Oh!
but he catches him on the rotate and he finds the kill. And I don't know if they know that he's down. They do. It doesn't. Oh,
Oh,
come.
that's messed
Oh,
up. Bleed out, he
oh,
says in all
that's.
chat.
Oh no. He how much?
No,
He,
that's messed
he did it.
up.
Prof Malone gonna finish that one off after the bleed out, but that's messed up.
Oh man.
As
A little
Ancients
bit of
Gaming pull out
BM.
with the round win after that torture of a final kill.
That was absolutely awesome. Mad respect, Prof says to his teammate in all chat. You could have just used text, or you could have used voice chat, but hey, what's the fun in that? There you go. But Ancients Gaming, they're able to pull back once again in a 1v1 situation. And there you have it. 3-1 is what we're ending off round number 4 with. But as we look into round number 5, Dokkaebi going to be getting picked, which is a little bit of a weird operator. Last time we saw her on Cafe wasn't the best pick for the rest of Honor Esports, but it's here and it's here to stay, at least for this round.
At least for this round indeed, but I don't necessarily mind the Dokkaebi pick, especially for the second floor pushing in, because that semi-auto could hold some pretty nice long angles down the corridors of Villa, and you could catch some players on the rotation. It is a very high damage weapon if you hit your shots, but not a lot of people are used to that semi-auto gun in Siege, so hopefully Phoenix will show us how it's done over on the side of Honor Esports. But right now, Ancients Gaming, they've had this site on lock, and they've been having this matchup on lock. We got to see Honor Esports start to break through these defenses and start to shine in their own ways, start to show their own strats to pull ahead, because at the moment it just looks like Ancients Gaming, even though they lost that round, they look comfortable. They look like they're not really being pressured too much.
Right. Ancients, you're right. I feel like Honor Esports are just not getting in the face of Ancients, right? They're just not really getting onto the sites that they really need to. A little bit of a pause comes through from the service side, but we're good. The rest of Honor Esports, they're not getting into the face of their opponents, and when finally they were able to really act aggressive, they were really starting to come out on top. But now, as we look into this next round, we have to watch out for the fast play. The rest of Honor Esports' team, from what it looks like it is a huge rush at you type of comp, right? Phoenix tries to scout out where the opponents are, use the thermite charges to get through any sticky situations that you're in. You have an Ashe running all the way across the board wherever you need her, and they're already in this building, which is exactly what you need.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous from Keen Minds. He has a player right above him on the stairs that doesn't know that he's below him. This roaming from Keen Minds could catch out the player on the staircase, but that's big brain, and he turns around. Tack gonna find the kill on the Keen Minds. Axot picking one up, 2v5. Fate and Sergeant Taylor, the two left, and it's gonna be the smoke using a gas canister. Gonna be flashed, double flashed out, but not gonna connect with that. Tack gonna find Sergeant Taylor. It's gonna be a 1v5. Finds one, but not able to finish the second. And Honor Esports picking up the second round win, and that was clinical from the side of them.
Yeah.
That's what you need to look for on the attacking side. You need to look like they're concise and they know what they're gonna do, and they just looked like they had a plan.
Yeah. And you could finally see the skeleton of what is becoming an amazing team, or at least the potential of an amazing team out of Honor Esports here on Villa, where they have taken 2 rounds for themselves, and that is way more than we saw on Cafe, and it's really all on the back of their aggression, right? They finally found a comp that works with their team, and I feel like, as much as I hate to say this, Colin, the Dokkaebi doesn't work. I feel like you need to swap her out for something a little bit better, and then the comp becomes really, really good.
I do like the Buck pickup. I like the Buck pickup, especially on this map, of course. You know, on a lot of maps, I just think Buck is an essential to have. It might be changing a little bit soon after the patches come in. I don't know if the patches have actually already come in or not, but he's getting a little bit of changes to him. But on the side of this matchup right now, Honor Esports, I like this operator pick. I like having the Buck instead of the Dokkaebi. And it's going to look, and I think it has potential to break open this defense once again, making it a 3-3.
Yeah. And Buck offers a lot of different things that Dokkaebi really can't, right? The only thing that Dokkaebi really does is she offers a long-range weapon with a little bit of intel with just pure sound, right? But Buck, if you are able to control his recoil, does a whole lot of damage with it. The skeleton key is super aggressive if you can clear up certain floors with it and maybe get a couple of picks, right? So we got to watch out for Phoenix and how he's able to utilize this pick. But Honor Esports, they need to continue the momentum that they have tried to carry over from just one round win.
You already see this defensive setup from Ancients Gaming. It's going to be very passive inside Aviator room. Sergeant Taylor with the C4 going to dunk onto Dark. Exile going to trade it out for a 1-1 to make it a 4v4 matchup. And that pick onto the Zofia, it's a good pick. You don't have to worry about the lifeline.
Right.
Lifeline didn't get used at all, but it's a very important pick on the defensive side. It's going to slow down this push. Sergeant Taylor finding a double kill, taking out Exile. That's a sledge out of play. 2 out of the 4 soft breaches gone on Honor Esports, and they haven't even really kind of touched into the site yet. They haven't really gotten their foot into the map comfortably. Sergeant Taylor hears a little bit of murmur outside, a little bit of sound cues, but all of the players on Honor Esports gonna back up, and that's a failed nade back in your face if you're Phoenix. A little bit of a surprise coming back from you. Why don't you take it away, Daniel, from this one?
Definitely a very weird nade for that, as Prof lands an amazing kill onto Phoenix. Now a 4v2 situation so far for Ancients Gaming. They're able to finally get down and dirty on this map and start picking up a couple of wins. However, Kibbs going down off of the back of some C4 across the map. I believe that was actually Ash. No, it wasn't. My bad. But Ash is an attacker. What am I saying? But he's going to be knocked down but not out. However, through the wall, a couple of shots going down. But now Tak needs to go aggressive, and he's trying to inside of bathrooms. Ancients Gaming once again take another round on the back of Mila.
I have no clue what hit
either.
Knock him down.
That's what I was thinking too. That
was an insane play from Ancients to pull that right back. You know, I thought that Honor Esports, they had it with that operator picks. They had what needed to go, and what you saw in the round before is that it really looked like they were confident in their push and they were ready to break in, they were ready to take control, but they didn't really see it in that round. They were hesitant to get in, and when they got in, they just got picked apart from the passive play on Ancients Gaming. And I really like to see, you know, it really shows the dynamics that Ancients Gaming have. They can play aggressive, they can play passively. And it's really pulling out on both sides, and it shows in the score line that Ancients Gaming is just taking over this game.
And in the half, we're now switching sides. 4-2 is what the score is now, as Ancients Gaming are going on the attack. Their comp so far is very aggressive as well. Keen Minds, we have seen him time and time again get double kills. We've seen his name on the score feed. In this map in particular, he only has 3 kills for himself, but still, the rest of his team have full-on confidence in him, putting him on the Ash. Prof on Jackal is really good as well. I like how Sergeant Taylor is also going onto the sledge. Sergeant Taylor has been a very aggressive player, but in other cases he's been very passive. One thing that's questionable for me is that they're putting Mila on IQ. And I feel like IQ is more of a supportive type of operator, but she can be aggressive as well. If you want to fill me in on that.
I mean, Mila playing on that IQ, it's just an important operator to play, especially with the ADS and the ADS from Jaeger and the Wamai gadgets as well, because it's just gonna help out to pick open and get rid of them so that your projectiles can make it into the site. So I really like this IQ pickup, especially with the amount of denial that Honor Esports is running on their defense. But opening pick going to Honor as they take out Sergeant Taylor, sledge out of play. So that's going to be very important for Honor Esports to take the advantage right away, especially being down 4-2. It's looking good for this pickup. You do see the Jackal does tag the Ella, so they have a little bit of information on where some of the players on Honor Esports are being set up, but at the moment, just seems like after that first pick, Ancients Gaming looking for something to kind of even it out before getting too aggressive.
They have to get onto the other side of the map itself. Get from one side to the other, and that's what Jackal is able to help with, at least. They know exactly where the Ella is, so she's not in a weird place, maybe below them, maybe above, well, it can't really be above them, but kind of close to them. But as we now look at this next little phase of this match, Ancients Gaming have to get across towards the bomb area itself. Keen Minds has gone down in the process, though.
Oh, but what a shot from Mila to even it out on a 4-on-4. Keen Minds is not out just yet, just downed. So they do have a chance to pick him up. He's halfway through the bleed out cycle, and this could be a big pick. If that Bandit pushed in a little bit closer, that could have been a big pick for Honor Esports. But the flank coming in from Honor Esports is going to be Tak finding the triple kill, and it's going to be Mela pulling back on that one. You do see him trying to frag out for another one. Keen Minds looking like it's going to bleed out here. Another pick in favor of Honor Esports. It's going to be Phoenix finding a double kill onto Keen Minds as well. Fate going to pull it back into a 1v2. Left for the clutch. He's going to run through as a player on the left. Doesn't know there's going to be a peaked. And Honor Esports pulling it a little bit closer. And that is going to be a very important round win for Honor Esports, as they are just one round away from tying it up.
Very, very close. Honor Esports, once again on defense, are looking a little bit more like a good, solid team comp together. I don't know why. It just seems to hit different. Just because of the operators that they were able to pick as well. They just looked super comfortable themselves. They ended off that round, I believe, still having 2 or 3 members alive. Or I believe it was 2. But still, regardless, they're looking like a team that is finally coming together. Maybe at the half, they were just able to finally bring their stuff together, get the communication on board. But maybe the Jackal just didn't really work. I don't know. I guess it did scout out where the Ella was, but other than that, that was the only footprints that were really tracked there in that round. And as predicted, the Ella was on the other side of the map, right? You're entering in from the south side, and you have to make your way over to the north side. Right? It's very basic. So you can predict that Ella is going to be towards that north side, and she was. And that was just kind of that out of Jackal. So the switch from, I believe it was Dark, onto now the Jaeger is a little bit better, I feel.
Dark was playing my last round, so Jaeger being put in his hands is going to be quite similar, but maybe that IQ on Demila wasn't as important because there was a sight on it. Wasn't running iron sights.
Yeah.
But honestly, maybe that's just a personal thing. I know I saw some people in chat making fun of it. Thought I'd just put it in there too. But you know, we do have a little bit of a change up on the operator side for Honor Esports. They're running the Castle, Jaeger, Cade, Mute, Mozzie. Now, in the sites that they're going to be holding in this building, it's going to be a very kind of close quarters, they want to delay on Ancients Gaming as much as they can, make them feed through where they want to take the fights. And that's where Honor Esports are going to be holding these angles. So you're going to see a lot of denial from this castle, and a lot of kind of just plays to make Ancients Gaming shift through where Honor Esports wants them. Now it's up to, at that point, it'll be up to a lot of gunfights to just find this round win, but the Mute's providing a lot of information denial from the drones, and it's going to be up to Ancients Gaming to kind of crack this one open. They do have Profmalo playing on the Capitao, though. I know the Capitao can be a little bit of a dangerous operator in D, especially with his primary weapon. I don't know if he was running the LMG or the assault rifle, but either one can have a lot of damage done onto the enemy team. It's going to be Fate opening up on that Hibana, finding the first kill in this round.
Fate grabbing the first one is super crucial for the rest of Ancients Gaming. They need to get onto these sites as well as peek the angles that they need to. So far, they've been able to do so just off the back of Fate. The rest of Ancients Gaming need to get onto these sites. And so far, they're taking over Trophy as well as the main hallway. They realize that there are members inside of there as well. But Exode with the quick peek. We're not going to talk about that. Exode with the headshot onto Keen Minds is what we have to focus on right here. As finally Honor Esports are able to grab their first frag of the round itself, with Ancients Gaming nowhere in sight on the site itself.
Nowhere in sight at all. But here we see the play kind of just slow on down. Kind of a couple gadgets, utility being burned. You saw the Nitro Cell getting pulled and burned by Kibs. Not going to connect with anything. But the sight line on Honor Esports, they're just funneling in Ancients Gaming as Tak does find the kill onto Mila. It's a big kill indeed, but Tak taking a lot of damage down onto that side. Fate gonna go down as well. Honor Esports taking advantage into this one, 2-4, and it's gonna be up to Sergeant Taylor and Prof Malo to kind of pull this one up, but it's not gonna be very easy as Prof Malo goes down. Tak with a double kill. It's gonna be Sergeant Taylor now. Last player standing in a 1v4. 16 seconds left in this round. Gonna be pre-firing as many angles as he can, but nobody gonna be peeking him. He's gonna shoot through the floor, and it's gonna be Honor Esports tying it up 4-4.
Something is clicking on Honor Esports here on defense. Something is just working from this squad, and you can see out of Kibs that they are just kind of all across this map. Whenever a bomb site is chosen, they have a certain strat for it, and I feel like Honor, they know exactly how to play each bomb site perfectly. The only thing is that I feel like Ancients have kind of underestimated their opponents within this round, right? They've just been so used to the 7-0 as well as the 4-2 in the half that they were just super confident within their next couple of wins. But now, all of a sudden, Honor Esports have pulled back by 2 and have tied this game up. Now, nothing says that Ancients Gaming can't still sweep the rounds, but now they're facing a completely different Honor Esports.
Definitely way more comfortable on this map than they were on Cafe. I guess that's why it was the Honor Esports map pick. And they do seem very comfortable in this defensive one. We do see Dark taking out the Ella. Curious how he will play that. We saw Fate play the Ella earlier in this matchup, not really getting anything from it. That was actually a round that Honor Esports took from them on the when Honor was attacking. So hopefully we can see Ella have a little bit more value than she did last time she was played in this matchup. But basically, I feel like this is going to be that turning round that shifts the momentum towards a team to kind of run off with this game. This has really been very back and forth. But now that they're tied up, I feel like this is the shifting round.
It's definitely going to be a different round that comes through from Ancients Gaming as well as Honor Esports. I feel like Ancient is going to have a bit more respect for their opponents as we slowly get into this one. Honor Esports, though, their sights are on the comeback, right? And they have different operators to back this up. Kibs is now playing the Pulse. It's not going to be 6-pick to the Legion, or Legion's not going to be 6-pick to the Pulse. But to start off the round, Exode with the headshot into Keen Minds. That is definitely not good. Keen Minds has been the initial fragger in most of these rounds. And now with him going down, it doesn't look too good for Ancients, even though they still have some star players that are remaining.
And you know, that first pick is always the important one pushing in, but it's a lot of players used to pulling it back and bringing it back to even. So I'm curious how Ancients Gaming will approach onto this attacking side, but we do see them definitely slow down after that pick came about. And I think they're just trying to gather some information. They're going to gather information through the drones, trying to find and solidify a kill to even it out on each side. Exile does have a little bit of damage in return after that interaction with Keen Minds, but not enough to really worry him. A lot of information being gained by Fate on the drone, and it's going to be kept alive, so it's very important on that side. Almost catches out
That was
the
close
player, but I think that angle is just a little bit too much to catch off. I don't think he can see him perfectly. We can, but I don't think he can see him very well.
They realize where the Legion mine went off as well. Now Sergeant Taylor realizing that this area is ridden with Honor Esports' DNA, at least all over these walls for the time being. Has to peek this angle. Sergeant Taylor with a headshot to Exode. Exode was the one to get the frag initially of the round, and now ends up going down. 4v4 here for Agents, as this is a completely different game of R6 that we're seeing right here. Fate with a headshot onto Dark is another kill that went down. Mila onto Tack as well, turning this into 4v2.
4v2 as they start attacking. Phoenix gonna pull it back onto Mila, make it a 3v2. 28 seconds left. Fate gonna rush and get a kill with SMG 11. It's gonna be Ancients Gaming turning around, taking out Phoenix and making the round 9 their own, taking the advantage into this game 5-4 as they pull ahead. But
my bad. Beautiful stuff that came out of Ancients there in the round. Now, as finally the momentum, I believe, is switching over to their side, but off the back of that, you can only really hope that Ancients now have the mentality of, hey, we lost 2, we just won 1. Let's continue playing that style of attack, right? I feel like there's, of course, different styles for different sites to play on, but if you have the key fundamentals of how to attack a site, I feel like you can transfer that to every single site that you go onto. But now as we look over to the second floor trophy room type of area, this is probably the most common bomb site of this map. It's also a lot of open area, as there is a middle area with different windows, as well as different doors on each side with a lot of cubbies that they can go into. When you're attacking on a site like this, you have to get in, and you got to get your picks in all of the right areas.
now we're going to be looking into this round 10 matchup. And if you look at Honor Esports, they are going to be having quite the setup. They do bring the Ela back, but I like the Womai Jaeger pick again. Honor Esports ran this last time, and they did destroy Ancients Gaming. They picked apart their attack. So this could be it to tie it back up, but Ancients Gaming pulling out ahead just by one round. 2 minutes 53 seconds left in this matchup, or in this round, for the attacking round to start. It's going to be a little bit of a different setup for the attackers on Ancients Gaming, as they're going to be pushing from the south side this time to get inside. And I expect to see them clear every angle, move in, take control of this bomb site right away. 2 picks go in favor of Ancients Gaming, 5-3 in the player advantages. Now it's just going to slow down for this defensive. What do you want to see, Daniel? How do you want to see Honor Esports pull this one back?
Honor so far are on the deficit, but I feel like they're used to playing this. They're used to playing on the down foot, and so far 2 kills are very easy to get. I know it's not in the grand scheme of things, right? 2 kills are 2 kills, but it's very easy to get a kill in a game like R6. It takes a couple of shots, and they can just go out just like that. So they have to watch out for these different angles that they're able to play. You also got to remember that Honor Esports are on the defense, right? So now it's all up to Ancients Gaming to play that proactive type of game. They can't play a slow game because Honor Esports are now holding angles that they need to. They've now adjusted into the 3-man defense that we need to see out of this squad. Ancients Gaming, though, they have to get onto the bomb site. They know exactly where the bomb is, but they also know that there's opponents behind the wall, and they're able to take them out. There you go. Sergeant Taylor onto Phoenix is the first frag here.
Excellent push there. You saw the flash come out ahead, and then the bait to peek in from the sledge. Sergeant Taylor going to find that pickup. But now we do see the 2v1 Exxon, and Kim's going to push it. Exxon finds 2. Kim finds 1 2v2, but is traded back. 1 minute left, and Ancients Gaming pull ahead to match point. That went from 0 to 100 so fast. I'm sorry, Daniel, but I had to get that one out.
I was literally going to say the same thing. I was literally going to say the exact same thing. Is that round just went just like that. Can I snap? There you go. Okay.
I heard it.
But Okay, good. But regardless, that was just an absolute sweep of competition that came through. And it was because Honor were like, you know what? I'm gonna flip this table. It was a table flip, right? Where they were sick of the stuff. And they just rushed the opponents, didn't want to sit back whatsoever. And what came of it? 3 kills and almost the full round itself. Definitely amazing stuff that came out of Honor. However, Ancients were the one to pull ahead because they countered the offense that the defensive side of Honor had for themselves.
I love the setup that Ancients was going for when they pushed into it. They had all the support they needed to get their fraggers in. I mean, just that excellent kind of flash into the site. It was just a nice bait to get Sergeant Taylor to peek in and confirm that kill onto Statue. It was just an excellent supportive play from the team to bait in their fraggers. So excellent job by them to use each other effectively and work as a team to push in and clear all the angles. But now it's going to be match point for Ancients Gaming. Honor Esports on their back foot, on the heels. And now it is do or die for Honor Esports because this is it's match point for Ancients.
Right.
It's not even just map point. So this is do or die definitely.
If you remember back to when Honor first went on to defense, we always have to play this storyline where Honor was able to take 2 rounds in a row. Now if they're able to take 2 rounds in a row, what happens? You go to overtime. 2 more rounds after that, Honor goes to map number 3 to try and fight for their honor. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But as we get into this round, Fate gets the first frag of the round onto Exxon, but it's traded back. But Fate says, no way, Jose, and picks himself up. A double kill, tries to look over to the right-hand side, but does get taken down, but not out. All of a sudden, this round is completely swept. I just wanted to do some pre-round prep type of talk, but instead, we got a full-on team fight, ladies and gentlemen. We're not even 30 seconds into the round. Honor got into the building, or no, Ancients got into the building, but Honor said, no, I'm gonna put up this big ass wall, and just stopped on Ancients in their tracks.
And now, well, no. Looking at that one though, like I was looking at the kill feed up in the corner while you were saying all that, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until Phoenix found that double kill. Then it was just excellent trades back and forth for Honor Esports to take ahead of that one. And it was really their aggressive setup on that one. They read that push from Ancients Gaming perfectly. They set up for that. They kind of elaborate on where Ancients have been pushing in the previous rounds, and they set up for that aggressive hold, and it came out where they just supported each other. They got their trades and they came out on top, and you really like to see like whereas Ancients Gaming the round before was supporting in their fraggers to get them into the site, you saw Honor Esports supporting and getting each other's back in this one.
I think that all of us are shocked as to what the heck just happened in that round. Our producers, as well as both the casters, as well as the whole entire chat, are putting question marks, and we have no idea what just happened. The only thing that we can explain, Honor Esports just took a round decisively. Ancients wanted to get onto the point, and they were able to do so. That was their plan. But what happened after that? Honor Esports were able to stop them in their tracks. But now, it's a whole entire new round. The stakes are still the same, ladies and gentlemen. Ancients Gaming are still on match point, 6-5. However, Honor have the potential to come back and head to game number 3.
Still do or die if you're Honor Esports, and it's time for this attack to come in for Ancients Gaming. Scene is set. They do have a lot of breach potential within the Ash and the Sledge to get them onto the site, especially with the backup of the Havana to break through any hard breach and get some sightlines into the bomb sites, but it's all on how they set this one up. We do have a couple roamers on Honor Esports set up to kind of disrupt this push, but it's really on to them to delay and deny any information that could be picked up from Ancients Gaming. A little bit of parkour for the drone to get up high, but not gonna support on anything. Just watching the flank and make sure nobody pushes through the staircase. But at this point, we do see Honor Esports. They've returned to the bomb site. They're playing a couple players on the first floor, a couple think I saw 3 players on site, 2 players roaming around. Curious to see how those roamers come out on top in this one, but glad to see some interactions.
Could be very close with 1 minute and 30 hitting the clock now as Keen Minds grabs the first one, but Keen Minds is going to be traded out himself. Phoenix picks up that headshot for himself as well now in a 4v4 looking over towards Red Stairs. The frag could go out and bounce off of the wall. However, the Jaeger is going to stop that one as Fate on the other side of the map picks up Phoenix. But now through the wall, Prof as well. Fate, they're all trying to get onto the site itself as they're still not able to find an opening for themselves. Need to find a couple of more picks before doing anything, but below him, Fate is able to pick up a double kill onto Kibbs. Where are you going, kid? As he gets a headshot for himself, and now inside of Games Room, it's going to be Dark that hides inside of here with Exode right by his side.
2v4. Stakes are high for these two. 40 seconds left to get the diffuser down or frag out the last 2 players. You do see Fate starting the aggress into the site. Sledge going to be opening up the door, breaking in, pre-firing every angle that he can find, moving to find these characters. But the setup from Honor Esports, they're just turtled back into the site to find anything they can with Dark on the bar to find this opening. And a little bit of a pre-fire coming out from the side of Ancients Gaming. Not gonna find anything. They know where he is. Mila gonna find the first on the Dark. Last player staying is Exxon. That's gonna be Ancients Gaming. It's gonna be the second team of tonight to take the win in a 2-0 fashion.
Even though it was spoiled in the chat, it's still GG's at the end of the day. Ancients Gaming came out on top with themselves taking the map 2-0 over Honor Esports. Hey, if you're an Honor Esports fan, I would still be super proud of my squad because they were about to come back. It was super close. However, that's it. We ended up casting 2 best of 3s here for you guys tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And they were 2 best of 3s that were amazing. Ancients Gaming taking 1. And I believe who took the first game? Do you remember, Colin?
It's gonna be
Zenith Esports.
Who pulled off in the 2-0 in the first matchup of the night.
There we go. It was definitely really good.
From the side of us, it was an excellent job from Ancients Gaming to take that win in the second matchup, especially Zenith earlier in this day that we saw before, like you mentioned. Excellent gameplay from the both. And next week it's going to be the conference finals between the Raven Conference and the Rogue Conference. So stay tuned to see which teams are matching up against the 2 that you saw tonight on the opposite side of the bracket. But from myself, Colin Seymour Moore, and Daniel the Saved One Mena, we wish you all a good night.